Just to further emphasize this, if you talk to all these people like, oh my god, where's Gosetsu? Tell me it wasn't for nothing. Serena is just crying here. Just sobbing. Yugiri is all, you know, we must tell the people. He just isn't even talking. Victory is ours, right? Why are you so quiet? Yeah, it's a good question, Soroban. Well, the occupation is ended then, and the people must be informed of our victory. But I'll not simply give up Gosetsu for lost. Before else, we need to search the ruins. Allow me, my friends. The castle is still collapsing into the river and could easily drag you to your deaths. I can navigate the waters easily without fear of drowning. Yeah, I can actually do that too, but, you know. Be reasonable, brother. You know he's right. Yeah, I guess so. Good morning, camper. Good morning, Blade Traval. Lore, a word, if I may. My lord withdraws into himself, unable to turn his thoughts from the keep. He needs us now more than ever. I mean... My friends, I am returned. I swam as far into the ruins as I could. Yes, daylight savings time continues to be crap. I had a whole rant about it Sunday. Naught remained of the keep for me to search. I did not find him. Undermined from below and shaken from above, the manner of its collapse was most unusual. If the floor gave way before the rest, it is not impossible he would have been sent tumbling into the river. But the water is thick with silted debris. Despite my best efforts, I could not find him. I am sorry. Hey, Valerian. It is not for which you should apologize. Thank you, Soroban, for taking it upon yourself to search. The house is in ruins. The people are eager to learn the fate of their nation. We leave at once. Are you sure, my lord? No. The day is won. The morrow beckons. It falls to us to greet it. Nope, this is the normal start time, Omega Legion. Again, daylight savings time continues to suck. That's just gonna be my take a drink of the day, apparently. Which is good. I need to stay hydrated. Well, don't get used to it, Omega Legion, because it's only here for about 6 months. Or until your country DSTs. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, Mike Romano, but here in the States, there was actually a fairly strong movement going through, and I believe it's actually still technically tabled in the Congress to abolish daylight savings time. And then stuff happened, and it's just still sitting there. Tabled. And for those of you who don't know how that works, that means it might sit there for years or possibly even decades before someone finally gets around to it. Which, yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, that still is abolishing daylight savings time, for all intents and purposes. That gets rid of the time shift, if you want me to get extremely specific with my terminology. Hang on. E1_ION. There we go. Wanted to make sure I spelled that right. Thank you very, very much, Little Ion. Always appreciate it. I put that down for the Live Alive remake, remaster, whatever it is. Here's my board. There it is. What are we doing? You never actually been to the Enclave, have you? It was a lively place before Xenos sent the troops. Well, let's go see what's over here. Time to go to the Enclave. I don't know what happened here, but it's over. You won. That's cause for celebration, and the people you're about to see need something to celebrate. I mean, I did already rebuild Doma, so that counts, right?
We brought everyone here. You were the last to arrive.
I see. Thank you. We owe the Confederacy a great debt.
I have waited 25 years for this moment. You owe us naught.
Yeah, I don't know where that farmer thing came from. I've actually studied Daylight Savings Time, and I haven't found a single reference to it being for the farmers, at least in its foundation. It had nothing to do with them.
Look! It's Lord Hien!
Lord Hien!
It's him! He lives! He lives!
Some few words of encouragement would not go amiss, my lord.
Right. Yes, of course. Hearing you say that, I find my courage somehow renewed. Much obliged. We are a sorry lot, are we not? Tired, dirty, stinking of blood and sweat and ash. The people pushed to the point of breaking. And yet, we won. The perseverance to endure decades of oppression. The will to carry on the legacy of those we have lost. These were the bonds that held us together and gave us the strength to reclaim our home. After 25 hard years, the shadow of the Empire no longer darkens these lands, and we may at last look forward to the dawning of a new day. But, my friends, it will be a day of work. So I ask you, have you yet the strength to stand? To rise up with me once more, here and now, and begin to rebuild our homeland?
Wow, that was quick. They just jumped up. A5.
This will not end with Doma. We will see to that, right, Lise?
That is...
Right.
Indeed, this is but the beginning. The tide is turning, and it shall soon bear us back across the seas and onward unto the next battlefield.
It does make me wonder a bit about the daylight savings time thing. I got a couple of comments in my last 2 Trek videos about how they went up early. It's like, did you make a mistake? No. They went live at the same time they always do. Alright, time to book it before the Empire comes back. No, for real. Okay. By the way, I should mention, we are 8 quests from a raid, an 8-man trial, which is Emanation, if anybody would like to be joining, therefore. It was not for naught, it was not for naught. Euclides just kind of chanting that there. It's you, the man who came to set us free. Of course, you must have had a hand in this. My thanks to you. Kami, take me, I never believed this day would come. I'm sorry I doubted you before. I want to shout and scream till my throat is hoarse. I want my fallen brothers and victor's sisters to know it was not in vain. And there's our friend the blacksmith. It was a year ago my lord Kyan died, and with him the dream of Doma. Never again would we be free, I thought. Miserable old fool that I am, but Doma lives, Doma rises, Doma will stand tall again. To the end of days, will I labor to make it so. Probably, Mike Nuano. Are you crying, brother? Is it today a good day? Oh, mother, father, I understand now. I do. 25 years. Only you're here to see it. Yeah, it's going to take a whole lot of money and weeks of effort to make this place be restored. Months, even. I'm just taking it. Oh, okay. Well, let's go do Boja while we're here. Okay, here we go. That's Boja. Oh, Hien is not with you? No matter, the sun and moon were not fated to share the same sky. Yeah, by the way, she totally crushes on Hien. Go marry! Political marriage, do it! Will you be staying in the Enclave? Well, no. Although that is actually where my Hearthstone is set to, even to this very day. We journeyed here from the opposite side of the world, but until now it didn't seem half as far. I think that means our work is done. I'm glad we could be a part of it, that we could see with our own eyes things can change if people have the courage to stand up and fight. Yes, because courage is all it took, Lise. I mean, you had courage, and then you get stomped. That's true, Valerian. And if the evil Pope doesn't recognize your marriage, is it even really a marriage? You seem quite certain you would not prefer to stay a while longer. There are sure to be festivities, of which you are the guest of honor. Very well. There are other ways we might celebrate by rejoining the fight for freedom in Gurabania. Short though our time here has been, we have all come to regard this land and her people as our own, I think. But we have done that which we came here to do. It's time to go back to the other plot. We dare not allow the Imperials a moment's respite lest they march on Doma again. For the sake of all concerned, we should leave immediately. Did I hear you right? You're leaving? Yep. We got our own battle to fight. What about you? Will you be heading to the steppe? Yes, the war is ended and there's no cause to remain. Oh, go tell Hien how you feel. Jesus Christ. I'll follow them anon, but I wish to bid you farewell first. The Blue, too, must return to their homes, but we will be back. Doma has the need of merchants and builders, and we are eager to offer our services. And just like that, our Grand Fellowship's broken. Without ceremony of pomp, you steal off to the dark. No matter, we have plenty to be getting on with. Places to be, people to rob. The captain was never one for mingling. I'm a pirate. Give me a song in a tavern, I'll be happy. Hobnobbing with Lord Ian? Eh. No taste for finer things. Yeah, I know, right, Omega Legion? Hey, we lost Doma. Dome what? In any event, we need not part ways here. If you are for Kugane, we would be happy to take you. Her waters have been fruitful. Wish you well on your journey. May you ever walk in crimson. That's an interesting way to put that. That's true, USN Corp. Which is funny, because it's probably going to be over a year before we get to that point, since they're, you know, tearing it out. Anything to tell Lord Ian you were leaving? Well, I'm sure you had your reasons. Yep, and we're out. And we're here. Man, that's just... Ooh. In a way, this feels like a homecoming. How long has it been since Carvalane brought us here? Just as colorful. Yeah, we need to go check up on Tatara, who we've left here for quite some time. I can still hear his voice. My ears haven't stopped ringing since he first barged his way into Rising Stones. A veritable force of nature. It's a rare thing for us to sail Kugane like common traders. I don't rightly recall the last time, but it's been years. Have everything good. We will need to weigh anchor before the Seki Segumi arrive. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for what you did. Give my regards to the Ul'dan. Yeah, I was going to say, meanwhile, Tataro has actually usurped Lolorito. Oh, thank you, Jesse Ward, for 1 whole year of support. And welcome to the Year Club. Oh, again, I will put that anniversary sub towards White Knight Chronicles. Fine, here we go. I informed Tataro of our coming. She and Hancock should be waiting for us in the Ruby Bazaar. And here we part ways. Best of luck to you and yours in your piratical endeavors. Oh yeah, by the way, 7 quests to Emanation, if anybody wants to join us for that. We will, as usual, pug if we have to. So while we walk over here, I'll go ahead and tell y'all. Valvidrix already knows this, but after the disastrous, just nonsense of the side quests in both ARR and much worse, Heavensward, I decided to go ahead and just start doing side quests off camera in advance to make sure we never have a problem again where we literally are 2 days behind on the overall schedule because of side quests taking 700,000 years. Consequently, we've actually finished all the side quests, other than the ones in the steps, which I said I'd do on camera, and a couple which I specifically am saving, which are actually patch content, and so I'm not going to do them until we get there. It's literally like 4. That being said, you're probably waiting for the extensive, massive amounts of incredible, in-depth, detailed lore that come from these side quests. So you ready for this? Hang on. So, first we have the Ruby Sea. We're pirates! I'm a princess based on the Little Mermaid. I desperately want to fish, but all I can do is fish up monsters. And so they're gonna kick me out of the village. That's it, that's that zone. By the way, yes, that zone had 3 regionals. Ugh. Then we have Yanxia. Okay. Then we go over here. The Fringe, I actually already told you about this one if you're remembering. This is the one with the Red 13 story arc of the Mikote who was like, oh, my father was a traitor and he died. He was turned to stone by the end of it. It's Red 13 story. It's Red 13 story. Boop. Boop. Over here. This one actually pissed me off. Like, a lot. Yeah, there was a tiny bit of back rows lore, but actually it hasn't happened yet, because that particular quest hasn't happened yet, and we'll actually be doing that one on camera, but I digress. So, this one pissed me off. And Michael Mano says, waiting for the story note. I haven't given a single story negative or positive to any of the side quests. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I did give several gameplay negatives, and this zone was one of them. In fact, I think this zone was 2 of them. Nope, hang on. There we go. So, let me try to describe this for a second. So up here, there was a brief chain of a dude who's like, I'm old, and I'm gonna rebel. And the kid's like, no, father, you must not rebel, but I'm gonna. And then the kid's like, oh, you're dumb. But then they reconcile at the end. That's it. But down here, this is technically an area we haven't reached yet in the story, but I'm just gonna tell you what happens. So, it's like, all right. Hey, there was this guy who was part of the Resistance, and his mother's looking for him. Can you go find him? Or find her, excuse me. So we go way over here. Now, this may not look like a long trip, but do notice that there's no actual waypoint over here. And there's none over here, or here, or here, or here. The only one is right there. So just think about the travel time for a second. So you go over here, and it's like, hey, yes, my son, he was in the Resistance. He's so terrible. Then you go up here, then here, then you go over here, then you go way down here, then you go back here, then here, then here, then here, then here, then here. I'm not making this up, by the way. You can actually ask Pax, because I was in voice chat with him while I was doing this one quest chain. It's just nonsense. And then finally, we go up here, we're like, ah, we've got it, we found the dude, and we find a dude, and he's like, no, I'm not her son. Oh, okay. But he's like, no, don't worry. I have evidence. The son you're looking for is turbo dead. Oh, okay, that's cool. So we go right back here. Tell her that he's dead. And it turns out she's had a letter, which was delivered to her some time ago, in case of death. So she goes ahead and... Actually, no, what happens is we go over here, get the letter. Then we come back to open it, because you gotta have more backtracking. She opens the letter, and it's some seeds of dates, specifically. Which is... I'm just mentioning this one little detail, because it's the only cool story bit in this entire story. Because this is really harsh terrain and bad soil, but dates will grow in this. So, cool. So here's some seeds, symbolic of new future, yada yada. So we give her the seeds, and she walks off, and then her son shows up. It was actually the guy earlier that we thought was it. Turns out, he joined the Resistance, sure, but then he became a double agent, or I guess triple agent, depending on how you define that, in the Empire. So he's technically a Garlean, but actually he is an intelligence agent for the Resistance, who has been feeding information to the Resistance. And you're probably thinking, oh, that's why he didn't tell her. Yeah, but probably not for the reason you're thinking. It's actually pure shame. He is so ashamed of everything that he's had to do in order to maintain his cover as a Garlean that he doesn't want anyone to ever see him ever again, and in fact he plans to kill himself once he's done with his mission. We then get the option to tell the mother if he's alive or not. We do not. I chose not to, anyways. And the end! So that's that zone. Then there's this zone. Now, ironically, this zone's side quests all could be... I didn't actually see a regional. All this zone side quest can be summarized by the phrase, picking up the pieces after the battle that happens here as part of the main story quest. And that's it. And that's all the zones, except for the steps. So... in short, to give you the summary here, from a review perspective, the side quests are better. They are better than they were in Heavensward, but better doesn't mean good. I didn't give a single positive to any of those side quests, and I don't plan to. Now, we haven't done the steps yet. I said I'd do this on camera, and I meant it. So that's the only bits of side quests we'll be doing there. Whoops, wrong way. Now, real quick, someone asked, have I decided the order of events after I finish the primary MSQ? So the usual pattern, which has been a good pattern so far, is we hit up raids, if we have people. We hit up dungeons, if we have people. And then we hit up class quests, which I don't need people for. It kind of depends on when in the week we hit that stuff, because this is Tuesday, and we will finish the MSQ today. So we might end up having to focus primarily on the quests in order to push through those. But class quests, so its priority list is raids, then optional dungeons, then class quests, then side quests, which in this case will be mostly some optional stuff, but also the step stuff, and then like miscellaneous, like we need to hit Heaven on High, for example, and I think there's something else in Stormblood, but I don't remember right now off the top of my head. Then we finish the MSQ, and then we move on to the next expansion, and that's kind of the pattern so far. Oh yeah, Doma. I need to show off Doma. Welcome back. Hi, Tatara. Pleasure to see your smiling face, Tatara. Less so is yours, Hancock, although Rashu and I are grateful for your assistance. Pleasure's all mine, Master Alphino, I assure you. Anyway, you'll be glad to hear I've already charted passage for you back to Lemsa Laminsa. Ship is to leave this very day, but the captain agreed to wait until the four of you have boarded. Ah, yes. We needed a Hildebrand, too. Thank you. I forgot there was a Hildebrand for Stormblood. I've even found it already by accident while I was doing side quests. The four of us? You mean to stay in Kugane? Yep. I gave it some thought and I realized that even with Doma free, there's still a need for a woman in the middle. Maybe even more than before, considering all the alliances and friends you made. As I told her many times before, I would be more than willing to assist you. As I told you many times before, I'm not about to let you worm your way into our affairs and exploit our connections for your personal gain. Must you always presume the worst? So there you have it. I'll remain here for now. Don't worry. I'm a regular at the hostelry and half a dozen other local institutions. Everyone loves me. That's because you're Tataru. So go, don't let me keep you. Buy your supplies and souvenirs while you still can. When you finish, make haste to the docks. Pier number 2. So I hate to say this, but given that the way the ether crystals work in lore, couldn't we just warp back? In lore? Cannot deny the thought of leaving her alone worries me, but she has proven time and time again she's more clever than she appears. Besides, I don't think I could change her mind. Maybe we should take her advice and purchase a souvenir before leaving. Yes, Alphino, go buy a sword. Personally, I would have preferred to host you for a few days, but Tataru was most adamant you return on the first available ship. One could almost suspect she's eager to be rid of you. Idle musings, not more. Purely hypothetical and most assuredly incorrect. She wants only the best for her dear friends, and is surely not motivated by a hidden desire to go gallivanting about with her Hingan paramours. Alright, what do you know? Tell me everything. Or this is gonna burn and freeze. And yeah, I'm still enjoying myself, Melkor Blade. Except for the side quests! Like I said, they're better, but we've reached the levy heights of, like, WoW Vanilla. I was actually telling my sister about this just yesterday while I was doing the yard work. It's like, yep, they're not total crap yet. I mean, Heavensward, you know? Heavensward was just the worst. Odd. It feels like ARR, they were like, hey, we just threw this together at the last minute without any thought to it, but the zones were small enough that it didn't bother. Then in Heavensward, they're like, oh, we need to do more side quests. And it was garbage. And now they're up to the point of being like, oh, okay, you know. I also got to...
Ah, there you are. All packed and ready to go?
I got to enjoy escort quests. And another type of quest I'll tell you about in a minute.
To the best of my knowledge, yes. Apologies for the wait. The task of tying up loose ends invariably takes longer than one allows. Happily, however, all now seems to be in order.
Then there's nothing left to do but to board the ship. Do try and enjoy the journey, won't you? It may be your last chance to rest for a while.
That would depend on the good captain's choice of route.
As ever, Tataru, I pray you take all due precautions while making your inquiries. Better to avoid the local authorities altogether than risk a repeat of our Ishgardian episode.
And what sordid episode is this, pray tell?
Naught to speak of, I assure you.
You there! Hold that ship!
Ian? How the hell did you get here in time?
What are you two doing here? Shouldn't you be in Doma?
Shouldn't you? You left with nary a word. I half wondered if I had done something to offend.
No, this is more of a courtesy thing, not an insult thing. I'll never love you, Lore Reloaded! But I will say thank you. And put it towards something you hate!
Upon learning that you had departed for Kugane, we immediately resolved to give chase. Our comrades can manage affairs in our absence, and it seemed the least we could do.
You mean you came all this way just to say goodbye?
No.
That too, aye. But there was something else I felt I had to say.
I hate you, Dad.
You helped us win our freedom, and for that I cannot thank you enough. Accordingly, after we have established an interim government and so forth, I think it only meet that we repay the favor by dispatching our own forces to Eorzea. If you would have us.
That's actually really stupid, but let's not get into that.
We harbored no expectations of such generous aid, and as there is no telling when the Empire might strike back at you, would it not be wiser to concentrate your resources on the defense of Doma?
I had a mind to pursue a more aggressive defense. To wit, we will send forth shinobi to provinces far and wide to spread word of our victory, that we might inspire others to take up arms as we did. Even the Empire has its limits. If the Garleans cannot be certain where and when the next rebellion will take place, how can they commit another force?
They send another legion. Please remember, and I hate to just keep rehashing this point in, but please remember we're still just fighting one legion, the 12th. I think. Pretty sure it's just the one, which has been split up between the two territories. Which itself is kind of ridiculous, but we've already talked about how silly that is. Anyways, really quick, unfortunately, with this particular lore run, I am absolutely swamped until Sunday. That's the only time I have, sorry. But I'll be here Sunday. I was last Sunday, too.
And besides, so long as this debt remains unpaid, how am I to face myself? And Gorsetzer?
As you wish. I will relay your offer to the Eorzean Alliance.
All of Doma is counting on you to finish what we have started. You have it in you, Lys. To seize the future you want. Never forget.
You can become a dancer.
I won't, Hien. Not your words or anything else. Everything that led us here, that will drive us forward, I'll carry it with me always. And that's a promise.
I will hold you to that. Go with them to Eorzea. Tell their people of our triumph and of our pledge to stand with them.
By your leave, I shall pave the way for our new alliance.
Hurry up, you lot! The ship's about to weigh anchor!
It seems our time is at an end. Go well, my friends. And may we meet again beneath a western sky.
Be around, Tataru. Don't worry, I can teleport, so I'll be back to check up on you. Meanwhile... Bored man.
I always knew that woman was unfit for command.
I mean, yeah.
Aye, when you think of all the resources we've poured into that hole, and for what?
Oh, it's his fancy blade. Alright, he's dead. That was pointless.
The beast yet lives. Mayhap it is time I sharpen my claws. I wonder, will you walk into my parlor once more?
Hey, remember her? Because we haven't seen her in a while.
Pedolorem Lupus, come at the command of the Lord Viceroy to present the prisoner taken by the Cranier Lupi.
Hello, Kryl.
Xenos ye Galvus, I presume. It's true what they say. You do have the eyes of a monster. A ravenous, insatiable fiend.
You, give the butcher your weapon.
Yes, my lord.
My lord, this is...
A reward given in recognition of your service. I trust it will prove more capable than its former owner.
I swear, I'll not disappoint you, my lord.
Good. Now, silence that mewling little piglet. I would not hear another sound pass her lips. Until I strip the fat from her.
Remember, Kryl has wisdom, so you notice she has enough of wisdom to now keep her mouth shut. As she really should. In this circumstance. Yeah, the more I see this, the more I think Varys would have really worked better for this overall structure. Don't mistake me. I don't want to eject Xenos. We've talked about that. I just would remove Xenos into a different slot narratively. By the point at which we're at in the story, I would have already had him just bail on the Garleans. Like, alright, this is stupid, I'm out. And have him start pursuing us independently already. And Varys, of course, is like, oh, for God's sake, alright, fine. Fine, I'll go there myself. Ugh. And then, you know, have him start actually getting involved, you know. We should involve the Admiral of our arrival and brief her on that which took place in Doma. Compared to Kagane's vivid colors, Limsa seems a bit lacking. Yeah, it's because it's an ARR zone. Feels like a lifetime ago we left for Kagane. Yeah, it's been a minute. So let's do it. Let's go defeat Xenos once and for all. Yay. Hang on. 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are now 6 quests from Emanation. Oh, absolutely, Little Ion. The irony is, considering Varys' goals, which I'm not going to spoil right here, it wouldn't surprise me if Varys was simultaneously less cruel, but more vicious. Happy due to the absence of my otherworldly interference, I expect. I should be glad if we do not speak of that unpleasantness again. Poor Alphino. But in spite of all that, and more, we return better for the experience, and more importantly, triumph. Indeed. And with Doma freed of Imperial oppression, it's only right we turn our thoughts to the plight of Alamigo. I'm all for that, obviously, but I think you should go and see the refugees at Revenant's Toll. Okay. Yeah, Varys is very much a pragmatist. Probably too much a pragmatist, if we're being honest. Ugh. So, we have news from Garabania. The Alliance holds the wall, but we've been unable to press further into occupied territory. I wouldn't give Ferris that much credit, Loke, but yeah, leaning that way. Commander Kemp and his men have made great strides toward rebuilding their depleted ranks, which have taken upon themselves to attempt a few operations with mixed results. It was a complication arising from one such venture which moved me to seek you out. During a mission to transport wounded resistance fighters to the Rising Stones, Kryl Baldessian was taken prisoner. Kryl? Do they know where she's being held? Yeah, Varys is more of a Tarkin. which ties in with what Omega Legion just mentioned. Valadina, your comrades were informed at once. I'm told Thancred is in Girabania looking for her as we speak. What does happen? We must think of Thancred... No, Kral taught me better than that. It would be unwise to act without first acquiring full understanding of the situation. Point me in a direction, Alphino, and I will destroy everything in between me and Krile. As we've mentioned several times, I like Krile. So... Alright, what nonsense is going on here today? Nothing too bad. Yeah, Krile's pretty legit. I agree. Ugh. But yeah, don't mistake me for giving too much credit to Varys. He is definitely a villain, and that's why I relate him more to Tarkin. He's just not as stupid as Tarkin was. Hi, Arnivald. Sorry, Lord, it's all my fault. Then you must... Wait, I'm not Xenos. Right. It's okay, buddy. We'll get her back. Exactly, Jorian. There you are. Have you heard the news? In broad strokes, what happened? Krile and a squad of resistance fighters were escorting Y'shtola and several other wounded to the Rising Stones for further treatment. They were ambushed by Imperial forces. Arnivald and his men fought valiantly, but in the chaos... I'll make no excuses. We failed to protect her. Then I'll kill you. Oh, right. Not Xenos. Don't be so hard on yourself. You protected Y'shtola and the others, did you not? Tell us about the attack. It was the skulls. They knew a path across the wall we hadn't found. We thought we were safe once we reached the Black Shroud. We weren't expecting an ambush. During the fighting, I caught a glimpse of their leader's memories. It was all planned. The advantage of having a walker in the field. I'm not as strong in the Echo as Laura's, of course. Half the time it's enough to knock me on the arse. Like I've taken a dose of concentrated ether. So you walked in for Dola's memories. What'd you see? A woman promised her the world, education, training, citizenship, all of that and more if she but sold her soul. A traitor to her people and a pretender to her masters. It was Xenos that gave the order, told her to return with Krile Baldessian alive. Our agents have been carefully monitoring Imperial communications since the attack, but we've yet to intercept any transmissions making reference to Krile or her current whereabouts. If orders are to bring her alive, we can save her if we move quickly enough. As you say, time is of the essence, which is why I intend to slip past enemy lines and see what info I can recover on my own. In the meantime, it's up to you and our allies to command the Imperial's undivided attention. Lots of shouting, explosions, so forth. Keep them distracted, and I will find her. Very well. I would wish to do more, but I understand. Commander Kemp is on his way to the Castrum as we speak for a meeting with General Alden. If you hurry, you can find him on the road and discuss the situation beforehand. Hi, Pika. Good morning. I think Laura and I are going to see the Conrad like he suggested. You wait here. And now I have to kill Terra for insulting me. Who am I going to play StarCraft with now? Oh, well. Time to murder Terra horribly. Let's see. I think I'm going to grab you, right? And then fling you off of this tree. Down. But before you land, I'll jump down in front of you. So I'll be down here. And then I'll pull out the sword. And then you'll land on the sword. And then I'll fling you back up. And then you'll go flying around, but with this giant hole in you. And that'll be like the boss fight, is later on you fight this dragon with a giant hole in you. And that's like, it's not actually even a weak point. It's just like, it's the one spot you can jump to that's safe. Anyways. Now I'm just assigning a Dark Souls boss. Good to see you again, though I wish it went under better circumstances. Oh well, if this isn't a pleasant surprise. Feels bad. God, attack. Ugh. Heart to... And with joy to see you two hale and healthy. Welcome home. I'm sure you've heard about Krile now. That's why we're here. Not sure what to think about it, but we'll save her. We'll definitely save her. We'll save her. We'll save her! Good afternoon, Woodworm. I've no doubt you will. You look stronger for your time in the East. I mean, we did level up a bit. Good morning, Kata. I'd like to think so, but enough about me. How is everything with you and the Resistance? Better than when you last saw us, no mistake. Arnivald's been a godsend. Him and Monago and the other young bloods have achieved so much in a short period of time. We're blessed to receive the support of the Flames Alamegan Brigade, who've been instrumental in freeing our countrymen from labor camps throughout Garabania, as well as some political prisoners from the city proper, believe it or not. Together with the refugees returning from Ul'dah and elsewhere, we've had no shortage of able-bodied men and women eager to join the cause. Hi, Velvetrix. I knew you wouldn't stop fighting, even after what happened in the Reach. Force of habit, I suppose. You know, that's a fair point, Era. That means your life is forfeit! Though we've... It's okay, I'm only 14 minutes early, technically. Does Poland have DST? Like, I don't know. I've seen a map before of each of the different countries and their different rules, because every country does DST a little bit differently. So it's even stupider than it otherwise was. Rant off. But we've still come a far way as we get to blah, 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 blah. We'll get to Alamegan. Let's do it! Listen to me prattling on. We should be making haste to Castamorians. There's no point in me telling you everything when you always have to say it for the Flame General's benefit. Let's go. Wasn't it? Okay. Come on. As a reminder, we are 6 quests from a raid. Do we have 8 people available in probably about 30 to 40 minutes? We've spoken with Thancred. Good. Take heart. If anyone can track her down, it's him. I believe I hear Commander Kemp's party approaching. If you are ready to address Father and the others, let's be about it. There you are. All right. Tell us of what happened in Doma.
Pray, join me in welcoming our Scion allies, but recently returned from their mission to the Far East. We have been most eager to hear a first-hand account of your time there, eventful as we understand it was.
Very well. Allow me.
Explain. I mean, you could check the website, Tara, and see how full the bar is.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price. Doma, free after all these years.
Bloody hells. Flooding their own castle for a better chance at victory. We could learn a thing or two from that lad.
Our agents report a flurry of communications between Garlemald and Alamigo in recent days. 'Tis plain they are in the midst of deliberating their response to the Doman uprising.
Good. Every Imperial unit in occupied territory will be on the lookout for civil unrest. The fear of leaving critical locations undefended will make commanders think twice about committing their forces, giving us a chance to seize the initiative.
We have a chance, aye. Mayhap the last one we're ever going to get. While we've done our best to rebuild the resistance, the Imperials have only increased their efforts to root out sympathizers. If we keep on playing for smaller prizes, it's only a matter of time before they crush us again. And that we won't come back from.
A swift advance seems best for all concerned, not least poor Mistress Cryle.
I'm only going to pause here to mention once again that, remember, the only reason the Imperials haven't already re-crushed or fully crushed the Resistance is because Xenos has deliberately ordered them not to.
Then let us waste no more time. The campaign for Alamegan liberation begins now. Our first objective will be to capture Castellan Valadina. Take the bridge, and the whole of the fringes will be ours. From there, we can push east towards the peaks. I name this operation Rulga's Beacon. For as Rulga once sent his star to guide our ancestors to these lands, so too shall it see us home.
Poke my head in. Doesn't exist. Oh, he totally would, Jorian. No doubt. It's actually funny, because if you think about it, between Gaia... Oh, yeah, okay. Between Gaius, who wanted to win the right way, and Xenos, who didn't give a damn about winning, it's... And then we have the internal squabbles of the Civil War, or the power struggle, rather. It's no wonder that it took forever for the Garlemald Empire to actually start responding to us down here. Anyway, so... Fordola has seen to the bridge's defense, so we'll get to fight the skulls again. The Butcher is not to be underestimated. She's decisive, ruthless, and feared by enemies and foes alike. But we have a plan to defeat her. That is going to be funny, Omega Legion, because I know there's a 12 raid that's in the works. I don't know any details, and I don't want to. But I know there is a 12 raid in the works, so that'll be interesting. First, we send an alliance down the main road, signaling our intention to mount an all-out assault. The garrison will muster the forces and prepare for a protracted battle. However, they will soon find we're ill-prepared for their counterattack. Our men will begin to break ranks and flee. I see. Show them your backs and give them a target too tempting not to pursue. Also true, Jorian. Aye, Fordola is too aggressive not to press the advantage. She will order her men to give chase. We lure them as far as East End, where the commanders will rally their forces and attempt to hold their ground. If all goes according to plan, we should be able to keep the greater part of the garrison occupied, leaving us to tackle the bridge's remaining defenders. Very clever, I'm sure, but what do we do if the Imperials smell a rat and return before we've taken the place? I don't need you to take Valadina. All I need for you is to fly your flag from its tower. Trick them into believing the bridge has fallen. That's actually pretty clever. Hit them with our reinforcements and watch them go running for the hills. When the dust is settled, we regroup at the Castellan. What say you? It's a bold plan, but a good one. We'll do it. In that case, we will support the Resistance and the Alliance forces. Lord, Lise, and Arnivald, I ask you to accompany Commander Kemp. Alize and I will remain with the Flame General. We return to Rhalgr's Reach. Godspeed. I've had a pet theory, especially based on some events in Shadowbringers, that Garlemald is actually super unstable. Like, you've played EU4 or CK3, right? And there's actually a stability score. I'd say they're at like stability -2 right now. They're up from 3 because Varys took power, but they're still not even at 0, right? And for those of you not aware, just having that low of stability gives you a lot of penalties to a lot of stats. Anyways, yes, I did, Zach Taft, although you asked me in the middle of a cutscene. Usually I don't respond in the middle of a cutscene. Nevertheless, I do absolutely get what you mean by an expansion pack sequel, for good or for ill. I'll be curious to see which one that is if we ever end up playing it on camera. So if my count is correct, we'll be missing 2 people for a full group. We can still pug if we have to. It's a fun fight. I've actually done it recently, even. Thanks to roulette. Yeah, I should probably mention, so it may sound like I have some respect for Varys. To be very clear, I do not. I know that sounds weird, but I mostly just talk about him to try and get across a bit of his mentality and a bit of his operational procedure, you know, how he functions. Yeah, no kidding, Kata. But I don't actually respect Varys at all. I respected Gaius. He was someone I could respect. I respected Regulus, even though he had his own issues. But Varys? Varys is a dickhead. There's a reason I compare him to Tarkin more than anyone else from Star Wars. He's got some issues. If anything, what I would say about Varys is he is a product of the nation he is in. Or, put another way, he is the kind of person who would rise to power in the messed up, broken nation that Garlemald is. Conrad wasn't kidding when he said they made a lot of progress while we were away. Yeah, no kidding, US Corp. I can't tell you how long I've been waiting for this. It's gonna be grand. It takes 100 battles to rescue Krile. I'll fight everyone! Oh yeah, I should mention that that doesn't mean Varys is badly written. Quite the contrary. He's a Tarkin, you know? Tarkin's well written. He's just Tarkin. There's a reason one of his most well-known acts is landing a ship on a landing pad that had a bunch of peaceful protesters on it, you know? In case you haven't noticed, the flag flying above Valadina is bloody massive. It'll take a dozen men to change it in too long besides, but there's no need for all that, right, Monaga? Not as long as I have my griffin and a satchel of glamour prisms. That's clever. Arnavald, you're in charge of the runners between us and the Alliance. No link pearls. Lise, I want you to look in the squadrons. Make sure they've got everything they need. Everyone clear? All forces are to depart with the Castellan Corvée when we're ready. That'll be all. Lore, a moment, if you would. I know you're not a Star Destroyer yet, but there's a few men I'd like you to look in on personally. Each has lost people, and I can tell it weighs on their hearts. There have been a lot of new faces since you were last here, so it's best if I just tell you where to look. One's an officer in Barber, one's in Starfall. The last one's a little lad from Alamigo, in the fringes. Okay. At this point, someone mentioned the idea of us being up to the point of being a gladiator. A gladiator Star Destroyer, it is a class. I know. And I would say we're either at a gladiator or a victory. I'm not sure which right now. We're definitely getting back up there, but we're not back where we used to be. Yes, there's an amazing chest coming up. Captain Runner, it's an honor to meet you. I was living hand-to-mouth in Ul'dah, but decided to enlist in the Flames after I heard tales of your daring do. And now, as fate would have it, I've been sent here to join the fight for my homeland's liberation. But this is no time to talk. I've got to prepare for the whole operation. Take care! Yeah, sure. I would also say, and this is just my opinion, Varys is probably a little bit diseased in the head. I don't mean that as in... How do I phrase this? Varys' upbringing is almost assuredly at least part of why he is deranged. You know? And obviously Xenos has the same problem, just in a different direction. I say, if it isn't the lad who helped me with the ward I misplaced. Ah, but there I go again, treating you as an equal. It wasn't until after you'd gone that one of my comrades pulled me aside and told me it was only the bleeding hero of Eorzea who'd taken time out of his busy day to help me. What's done is done. But no, I'll fight with every ounce of my strength in the coming battle. And next and next! Mayhap that'll serve to repay the favor. Yeah, warped mentality, exactly. Just... Ugh. Now, I'm not going to invite the group right now because I'm pretty sure I have a solo-only thing coming up. Yeah. Lore, am I right? I doubt you remember me, but I'll never forget you. Saved my life in Alamigo, you did. Wilred and the rest of us had gotten in our heads if we had enough crystals we could summon Rhalgr like the Amalja summoned their god. Thankfully, you put a stop to that. Ever hear what happened to Wilred? Joined the Braves when they came calling, only to turn up dead one day. Never found out how or why, but I reckon it doesn't matter. Dead's dead. At least he died doing what he thought was right. Maybe that's the best folks like us can hope for, huh? Not that I'm in any hurry, mind. E.R. Ah, Elden Ring. God, I hope my playthrough doesn't take 128 hours. Jesus. Yeah, that's always fair, right? When a parent mistreats a child because of the other parent. And yeah, I'm rather fond of his grandfather too. In fact, he's probably my favorite character in this entire game. But that doesn't make him a good person. In fact, he is a very, very evil person. He's just a very well nuanced, well acted, fully fleshed out, three-dimensional evil person. A word with the men I mentioned. As I'm sure you've noticed, they've got another thing in common aside from tragedy. You touched their lives in one way or the other. But that's not the reason I wanted you to speak with them. A man who's lived in Girabani his entire life, who bore witness to the realities of occupation for 20 unbroken years. A man who fled Alamigo in search of a new life and swore to serve another nation, only for fate to conspire to send him back here. And a youth born in foreign soil who never knew his parents' homeland, yet nevertheless felt kinship with our cause. 3 men, 3 stories, 3 reasons, but all belong to the Resistance. In growing larger, we have grown more diverse, and while there's good in that, there's potential for strife and discord. It'd take a special sort to lead such men to Alamigo, don't you think? Lise! No. Good thing they've got you. For now, but not forever. And to be frank, I don't always know what to say to the ones who left, not to mention the youths. Nay, the Resistance needs a leader with a wider view, someone who's not lived their whole life in Girabania, who's known death and hardship, but not been ground down by them. As you may have guessed, I'm thinking of Lise, but she would be a terrible leader! I'm sorry. That's not a negative. I'm not bashing Lise. Remember, of course not, you don't watch My Little Pony Streaminations, but if you watch My Little Pony Streaminations, just this last Sunday, we had a whole, 20-minute discussion on the nature and nuance of nepotism. And one of the things I mentioned in the middle of that massive discussion was, you put the right person in the right job. Right? And yeah, Lise could be a good poster child. Lise could be a good front person. Honestly, this is going to sound like a weird comparison. Lise would be a good Vader, just on the good side, right? The person you send to the important spots, the person you send to go deal with a serious problem, the person you send to keep morale up and to keep them reminded that, the Resistance has got your back, kind of a thing. You don't put Lise in the throne. I know, the game is really trying to make Lise into this thing, and it's just failing. Stop it! Yes, my character is tall. How tall is Sephiroth canonically? Because we can actually figure that out. Yeah, exactly. Lise is the one who gets the sponsor deals. Let me phrase this way. Let's say that the Resistance wants to make a deal with Ishgard. Now, you don't send Lise... Oh, I'm much taller than 6'4". I think I'm 8 foot in this one. You don't send Lise to make a deal with Ishgard. You send someone with a brain to make the deal. You send Lise to enforce the deal, right? You send Lise to follow through on that. Like, hey, Ishgard, we'll help you clean up this area if you help us with this. And then you send Lise to help clean up the area. And we give her a coat while she's there so she doesn't freeze. By the way, weird comment. I keep waiting for her to get her new outfit. The one we saw in the intro cinematic. We're over halfway through Stormblood. She still hasn't switched outfits yet. She does, right? My memory isn't that bad. Oh, is this it? Oh, this might be it. This might be it. This might be it. Yeah, exactly. Like Xenos for the good guys. That's why I said, imagine a good Vader. See you around, Jesse Ward.
It's begun then.
Good. It's the waiting that drives me mad. Standing around, knowing what's to come. I'll never get used to it.
Calm down, Nargo. You're making her nervous.
You should look into what getting a sky scale takes, Gigapudding.
We've come this far, haven't we? We just need to make it the rest of the way. Right.
Looks like the bastards went for the bait. The bridge is ours for the taking. Now remember, Monargo, I want you to make for the tower as soon as you see an opening and get that flag flying. We'll see to the fighting.
I won't let you down, sir.
Flag.
Come then. Rolga's star shall burn bright this day.
Okay, I'm sorry to comment on this. I don't think they even did this on purpose, but look at the framing of the shot right now. Do you see the mountain in the background which Omega smashed through? And how I'm just framed by the crater that Omega created? It's a random comment. Be funny if they did that on purpose, too. No, this wasn't it. Okay, we're still not there. I swear we'll get there at some point. Peekaboo. Right. It's probably a good time to answer some questions. What do we got here?
Here it comes!
Is there a reason, after all the trouble we're giving the Garleans, why they haven't sent a real specialist? Okay, so I want you to imagine that you're Rome. Just picture it for a second. Now, I want you to imagine that one of the city-states in Greece has been giving you trouble, while you're dealing with the Franks and the, I can't remember their names, from Gaul, and the Carthaginians. Okay. So, do you think you would send a specialist to go deal with this tiny little city-state, or you just be like, whatever? No, the other group from the Gauls, I can't remember their damn name. I think I've actually got my history mixed up. In fact, I know I do. So I'm pulling from this era and this era, but whatever. The Visigoths! That's them, the Visigoths. And so while you're dealing with all these large-scale, empire-issuing problems, there's this little spit of land that's been giving you problems. How much do you care? You care enough, obviously. You care to send someone, but, like, you know, your specialist is probably busy dealing with the places that actually matter. Specialists, I suppose. Good way to phrase this. Listen, all I'm saying, Loner, is that they don't care! Stop picking holes in my analogy. Fine, no analogy. They don't care! End statement. No, we're not there yet, Disco. I keep waiting for it to pop up, because there's been two that I thought were it, and they weren't. I will point it out when we get there, don't worry. As I've already mentioned, though, who's even firing these stupid things? Is, the words. The fight in Doma against Varus, or not Varus, against Xenos, was the first real crack. Like, as I've mentioned before, most of Stormblood was just paper-cutting me down, but that fight against Xenos pissed me off so badly and so hard, I needed to quit playing for the night. Anyways, better priorities. Don't care is inaccurate, but, you know, they're busy. They got stuff to deal with. I did not start early. Don't worry. Thank you for reminding me to take a drink, because daylight savings time exists. Are you gonna do anything, lady? No? Okay, cool. Now, this is a very minor spoiler. But part of the reason I keep bringing up how the Garleans are otherwise occupied right now is because we're actually going to see what happens when they actually bother to get involved. They will, at a certain point, in Stormblood, actually, finally start to make efforts to actually dealing with all this crap. And it's going to go pretty badly for us. Spoilers. I look forward to giving a story positive to the Gimlet Dark, you know what I mean? Hi, Fordola. God, I was livid, Jorian. Yeah, exactly, Valmatrix. As we start to recover stuff that we've already covered. Which some of you have probably already suspected how that's going to go. Oh, hi, Lise.
God damn you!
What?
No more running! No more hiding! Let's finish this!
Wait, let's get distracted.
Look!
Sorry. Oh, Gimlet Dark is a great dungeon. I remember it quite fondly, and it's always nice when I help someone else go through it, or get it on the roulette, which is pretty rare.
The bridge is ours! Al amigo! Al amigo! Al amigo! Yeah!
Good morning, Walker.
Stand your ground! It's not over yet! Damn it!
And so naturally she doesn't stand her ground.
Let them go, Lise. We've done what we came here to do. That's enough for now.
Is it no longer in the expert roulette? Because that would explain a lot, now that I think about it. Because I haven't gotten into roulette in forever. Well, you notice it only bothered the skulls. Oh, gotcha, Valadis. I didn't know it updated like that. I thought it added to, like the other roulettes do. It's a nice image, by the way. Did you notice they made a point of showing all 4 city-states in that group? Hi, I'm Raban. This is Raban.
Yeah!
Hey, Von Falkenstein. What's going on? See, I do 50, 60, 70 pretty regularly, so... Sorry, I know it's actually 50, 60, 70, 80, but God, the name's already too long.
Impossible.
So I only call it 50, 60, 70, because I don't feel like saying 50, 60, 70, 80 every time I type that.
We have them on the run! Forward! No mercy!
Regroup! Regroup! We have to regroup! All units, fall back!
Well, never mind. I guess Xenos' troops are affected by it. Or like level cap dungeons, maybe? I don't know. Most people know what I mean when I say 50, 60, 70, but it is getting more out of date as time goes on.
Commander, the 4th cohort has been routed. We'll be at the mercy of the enemy's reinforcements if we don't fall back now.
Yeah, the no-X
Idiot.
dungeons.
We have the stronger force by far. Don't be taken in by their tricks. Or would you rather tell Xenos you're lost to this rabble?
No, but if the snakes betray us in the confusion, we'll have no way out. I'm begging you, Commander. Give the order, or we'll all die here.
As common traitors who drank of muddied waters. For all the good it did us. Skulls with me! The day is theirs, and so is this bastard bridge. Someone bring the snake.
I suppose. It's our first victory, isn't it? And that has to be worth something.
I'm not unmuted. We did it! Yep, this is my harem. We've got Conrad and Arnevald. For a moment there, I didn't think I could, but then I did. Congrats. So you're everything they say, stuck on legends. Did you see that? We did it. Well fought, brothers and sisters. Today is a day that'll be remembered for generations to come. It's a shame Fordola got away, but we did what we came to do. I have to remind myself it's just the first step. It's a big one. We're going to take it back. All of it. One ilm at a time. We're now 4 quests from Emanation. For anybody wanting to participate. Still a chance that some Imperials are holed up inside the Castellan. We'll need to search it top to bottom to make sure it's safe. In the meantime, I want you to rendezvous with the main host. Keep your weapons at the ready. Okay. On second thought, it might be prudent for you to do a preemptive sweep of the region for soldiers gone to ground. Okay. I'll go kill a bunch of Imperials. Kill Garleans. They super suck. Sorry. Yeah, it's actually funny. Since this game kind of follows medieval rules of warfare, one of the really important things historically when it comes to medieval rules of warfare is to make sure that you have someone of significance in the field as part of the command staff. Why? Because otherwise the troops will make decisions based on being people. Which I know sounds like a weird thing, but, I mean, there's a reason why in, for example, a Total War game, there's such a thing as a morale bar, and certain commanders can boost your morale bar, especially if they're grouped with the unit. You know, people are less likely to flee if they know the officer giving the order not to flee is literally right there and sharing in their fate. Oh, for God's sakes. You have to paralyze me? Was that really necessary? I mean, you're dead now, so I guess you can't answer the question. Which is funny, because your last words were, "I'm not dying today," so I'm glad that worked out for you. Anyways, the battle we just had is a good example of that. But, ironically, I don't think any of the commanders that could have been in the field, you know, would have helped. Like, Xenos would be out there like, eh. Oh yeah, by the way, this is now a true AoE, although you don't get that until 80-something. When is that? Is it? Yep, 82. No, that's wrong. Sorry, 86. 86 is when this gets turned into a true AoE. Jesus Christ. It's a good thing Monago had the flag flying when she did. Any longer, those Imperials might have had us at their mercy. The Bull of Alamigo did it again. His assessment of Fordola's response was without error. Good job. Captain. All's well at the bridge. Why do you keep calling me Cap? Oh, right, because I actually am a captain in the Flame Legion. I keep forgetting about that. The fighting's died down here, too, as you can see. Pippin left a moment ago with a contingent of troops to occupy Valadina. Dinah. And if the Imperials return, they'll find us dug in behind their own walls. Could not have hoped for a better outcome. Yeah, taking the bridge is legitimately a fairly good win. This is pretty awesome. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It'll take more than one Castellan to turn the tide. My men and I will deal with the remaining enemy forces. Scions, I bid you return to Commander Kemp and his men. Delight not overmuch in victory, not when there's battles left to fight. Our work here is finished. The resistance is waiting. And yeah, exactly, Disco. One thing that... This is one of the reasons I distinguish when it comes to analyzing fiction between good leaders and good commanders. A good commander can give the right orders and have the right tactics, but a good leader is required when actual people are involved, because a good commander could, to use an example, play an RTS game where the troops will always follow your orders no matter what they are. But a good leader would get people to follow those orders no matter what they are. From a stone bridge to a massive fortress, Garlean engineering never ceases to impress. Yeah, they make some interesting stuff. Now that we've taken control of Valadina, there's nothing stop us from marching east towards the peaks, and many negatives for side quests. Back back so soon. I suppose the general and his men had matters well in hand. The vice marshal and his men showed up not long after you left. If gods are good, there'll be no one left to fight. That's actually an interesting topic, USN Corp. I've been asked before about what I think about the homogenization in FF14. And I'm going to bring up WoW, because what do you want from me? WoW has actually played around with both homogenization and specialization when it comes to classes. Specs, more specifically. Now, they've actually made different specs really distinct from each other successfully. But when they homogenized things, they took an interesting tactic, which didn't actually bother me as much as it seemed to bother other people. So imagine, we'll use FF14 examples. So you got Warrior, Dark Knight, Paladin, Gunbreaker, okay? Imagine that if in terms of stats and balance, they were functionally identical. So you're probably thinking, well, that's terrible. Why bother to play one over the other? Cosmetics. The way WoW pulled this was they tried to smash the tanks kind of flat and gave them similar abilities, similar cooldowns at similar times with similar effects. You know, homogenizing them. But then they tried to make them look, sound, and feel substantially different to play. In other words, leaning entirely on the cosmetic side of things, but otherwise making them functionally identical. If this sounds familiar, several Final Fantasy games have done this exact same thing, FF12 being the most egregious example thereof. And that doesn't bother me that much. I wouldn't say I'm in favor of it, but it is a tact you can take. You know? 2 quests to Emanation. You wouldn't know we're about to do a raid. Probably not what we're waiting, but if you'll bear with us. Commander Kemp! Marshal Tarapin reports the sweep of the Castellan's interior has been completed. Yay. It's official then. It's well and truly ours. Maybe this calls for... Wait, where's Monago? She took her bird and flew towards the Peering Stones. The village of the M tribe, where she was born. I didn't know she... Of course she's from the M tribe, lore. Her name is Monago. I doubt the Imperials who fled Valadina have a mind to give them a trouble on the way back east, but she was nevertheless worried, so I gave her leave to go. 3rd and final time. Yes, Von Falkenstein. We haven't hit the point yet. Haven't hit the point yet. So far, most of what we... Like, I try to get across some of my mentality as we go through these quests, because by the point at which we're at now, I started to really mash through the cutscenes and dialogue a little bit, because my patience was wearing thin. I was still reading it, don't mistake me. You know my reading speed. But I was a lot less invested. Hey, Takoida. I have answered that question, Disco. I thought you were joking when you first asked it. No, the lore runner is just me. Like, I don't put on a persona. I never have, and I never will. You say you were for the Peering Stones? In that case, maybe Marshal Tarpon and I should join you. We spied a suspicious pair earlier, a Hura and a Lalafell by the looks of them. They fled when they realized they'd been spotted. Uh-oh. It's time to kill them hard. Right after we go get this thing. Whoops. Apparently we're going down. My bad. This area is home to dangerous beasts. Not that we cannot handle mind, but do not be surprised if something ravenous and slavering comes charging at you out of nowhere. But of course, tiring though it may be to come and go from the cliff top, it's easily defended and affords an excellent view of the surrounding area. Alright. Gotta follow her. This is what Lise did, right? There we go. Yeah, Xenos is just like... tongue out like a dog. I have not, no, Triaxia.
You've come. Welcome, friends, to my village. My home.
How fare your people?
Good. all things considered. Better than the Ananta at any rate. They've sent an emissary. I'll take you to her.
We're here to help. Will you tell us what happened?
Aye. It began with a quarrel between the Imperials and the Castellan.
The Castellan are another Ananta tribe. The strongest and the most influential. Unlike the Vera, they want no part of our troubles. They swore fealty to the Empire, and were content to remain within their borders.
Just so. The Castellan forsook their pride in the fight and yielded to Garlemald long ago. But then a new commander was sent to hold the Black Bridge. She demanded the Castellan surrender a hostage, this butcher.
Fordola. It doesn't make sense, though. The Vera are the ones working with the Resistance. Why would she threaten the Castellan?
Because she is ignorant like all Imperials. She knows not the difference between Castellan and Vera, nor does she care to learn.
I see. All Fordola knew for sure was that the Resistance would come from the west. She reasoned, therefore, that if the Ananta on the east bank turned their coats, she would be trapped. I take it the Castellan had no choice but to oblige her.
No, they did not. The Imperials left with the Castellan broodmother's own daughter, Anamika. Long days and nights she looked out on the Black Bridge weeping for her child. Until you came. The broodmother knew at once which way the winds would blow. She and her warriors met with the fleeing Imperials in the road and demanded that her daughter be returned.
Bad idea. Fordola's not the kind to take threats lying down.
You know her well. The butcher turned her blade to Anamika and bade the Castellan move aside. But the broodmother would not yield.
I know where this is going.
The Castellan surrounded the Imperials, one of whom, whether out of fear or stupidity, cut the child down. There was naught that could be done.
What madness.
The true madness was yet to come. For in her despair, the Castellan broodmother cried out for her daughter to be restored to life. She beseeched Sri Lakshmi's intercession.
She summoned a primal then and there?
That she did, if only for an instant. Bereft of courage and honor, the broodmother sought solace in her faith. The Imperials fled in terror at the sight of the goddess, abandoning these lands to the Ananta. Now the Castellan bid us make pilgrimage to pay proper respects. Yet though we Vera revere Sri Lakshmi as the holiest of the holy, we will not prostrate ourselves before her.
And so you turn to us?
Aye. All who have fought with the Resistance have heard tell of the warrior, the Icon Slayer.
I believe we have heard enough. Inconvenient though the timing may be, if a primal has indeed been summoned, we can scarce afford to ignore it. We must needs discuss how best to resolve this situation.
There's a lot of just random primals through a lot of this game, aren't there? So, in the middle of that cutscene, several things popped up. First of all, Trihexia was asking if Xenos is the only reason the Empire is stable at the moment. No, Xenos has nothing to do with that. In fact, if anything, Xenos is quite literally making the Empire less stable with his presence. Second of all, happy birthday, classic game lover. As predicted, you are getting, like, at least one cool thing today, right? Like a cheesecake, or a shake, or a coffee with like 15 different things in it, or whatever, right? Whatever it is, I don't care, as long as you get it. Third, thank you, Nithrius, as always, for the sub. I have jotted this down for Fell Seal Arbiters. See, Oreo ice cream cake. You know what? Yeah, sure, I'm with it. Let's do it. Still can't believe the Primal's been summoned so close to the village. The idea that our people could be taken to serve as thralls, just, it's not thinking about that too much. This is all Fordola's fault. Yeah, she had a decent plan, but it wasn't a good plan. Now we have a Primal, as if the Empire needed an excuse to start rounding up beastmen again. Alright, well, let's go kill a Primal. 2 quests, by the way, for anybody getting ready. In the past, we have been rather too willing to accept we have no other recourse than to risk our lives, or rather your life, to address these threats. Thank you for acknowledging that. Yet with the Primals we faced thus far have demonstrated a variety of temperaments and objectives. Ravana delights in battle, but Rama would sooner keep to the forest with his children. Ere we decide to challenge Sri Lakshmi, it would seem wise to learn more of her nature and those who summoned her into the world. Okay. Monago, keep watch to the bridge while we go do this, what is effectively a side quest. It's a weird one, but whatever. Yep, stop by the McPromels. Alright, I'll have a number 3. Number 5, extra cheese. Number 6, number 15, large. No sauce. Let's see, what else? Oh, whoop. You do not receive guests. What's the purpose of your visit? Oh, sorry. Extra hot sauce? What kind? What kind of hot sauce do you want? Do you want greens? Spicy hot? What do you want? You have petitioned for aid and succor. We intend to provide them, but first we'd understand more of Sri Lakshmi. Starlet. Simple request. Okay. In the beginning was her. We were created in her image. Daughters blessed with her beauty. Her breath became ours. Her serenity our solace. There is naught she would not give. It was the Kalyana broodmother's desire to bring about her daughter's resurrection, which first called forth Sri Lakshmi from the ether. That being the case, I rather doubt the goddess will be spoiling for a fight. Sorry, I'm still a little stiff. Yesterday, I was dealing with thorn bushes. And you're thinking, oh, roses? No. I never actually identified what this freaking thing was. It had long, hard, dried out thorns. I'm not going to show you, but I am covered in cuts from dealing with this freaking thorn bush, whatever the hell it was. I dealt with it. I did it, like I always do. But goddamn, I'm still a little after that. Straight thorns. Just big ones, too. The Primal's motives may have been colored by the summoner's state of mind. Thankfully, I actually have leather gloves for this kind of crap. Just yikes. Namely, that the grieving mother who had just borne witness to her daughter's murder. Though she apparently craved a miracle, she may have harbored thoughts of vengeance. Moreover, the Kalyana's conception of Sri Lakshmi may differ from that of the Vira. This is true. We do indeed regard the Lady of Bliss in different ways. To the Vira, Sri Lakshmi, God, I hate that word, embodies freedom. She would not suffer her daughters to be bound to another's will. So we stand with the resistance against the Empire. The Kalyana, however, she embodies transcendental beauty, which she strived to create through their craft, to shape crystal as less art and more ritual, a sacred duty wherein each tribute is imbued with a fragment of the soul. The Imperials do not suffer with this holy work, and so Kalyana were content to turn inward and ignore our plight. Until reality asserted itself, and they summoned a primal. A fever dream to soothe aching hearts. This won't do anything good. The Imperials will still rule. Nothing will change. The Ananta will. The Castellan bade the Vera to make pilgrims to pay proper respects. Those who do not wish to partake will be made to do so. So, yeah, we now need to go and kill the Primal. Know that I'll kill your god if I have to. Maybe even if I don't, because one of the things I find amusing is this expansion gives you a lot of dialogue options to make you sound like Xenos. Pretty sure they did that on purpose. I never picked those ones because I am not Xenos. I enjoy a challenge. I do. I like a good fight. But the fight is not the goal. The fight is the enjoyment on the way to the goal. For me, anyways. Y'all can be as evil as you want. Just know that if you're evil, I will kill you horribly. Alright, so, who we got? Who we got? Let's see. I know Giga was going to be here. Kata, Rona, Lilith said they would. I will do everything in my power to kill everyone. Reinviting. 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 For some reason. Oh, it's probably because the cross-party thing canceled the invite, which is stupid. It shouldn't work that way. If anybody else wants to join, we're on the quest for the raid. You got probably about 5 or so minutes while we do some cutscenes. I knew it, Blade Terval. You are secretly pure even! And by even, I mean evil. That's gonna be fun, Giga Pudding. Maybe you shouldn't take for this one. It's pure even. I am secretly Thanos. Always have been. No, I expected more resistance. That's prayer luck holds. We should follow their lead and let them do the fighting now. Your strength will be needed in a minute. It would be in our best interest to avoid confrontation unless necessary. Okay. In we go. Yeah, I tend to do the same thing when leveling alts, Giga Pudding. I can do that because I level alts with the roulettes. So, you know, it's not really a big deal. Wait a minute. Lakshmi, I knew it! Also, this mount is always amusing to me. Look at how long that is. God. No, this is down. This is down. I attune to the Aetheryte. That would be terrifying, Trihexia. But I can see why they wouldn't. Ah! Let us do that. So there she is. Lakshmi. Way.
Why, mistress? Why does my Anamika slumber still?
Because she's a primal.
Look thee on her face, supplicant. Thy prayer hath been answered. Flesh sundered hath been made whole. Blood spilt runneth through her veins. Breath stolen filleth her breast.
God, her face looks so terrifying. Like, she's just got such a dead eyes thing going on, you know?
But she hears not her mother's words, nor sees her mother's face. She's silent and empty. Only the vessel may be remade, not so the flame which flickered within. Her soul hath been scattered to the four winds.
I always found it interesting that Lakshmi actually tells her the truth here, because she's right. There's very, 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 very few things in this setting that can truly resurrect a soul. And even in those cases, there's asterisks attached, you know.
Now do you see her promises for what they are?
Alisaie, have you gone mad?
Mayhap I have, but I refuse to stand by and watch yet another tragedy unfold.
I was about to mention Zand, actually. And that was the Alamegans using the extent of their power, knowledge, and magic in order to reconstitute a soul. And even in that case, we don't know with total certainty that is truly Zand. It could be a Frankenstein Zand. Frankenstein's monster, kind of a Zand. You know, pieced together with bits of souls to emulate the original.
Who intrudes upon this sacred ground? Imperials, thirsting for blood!
No! We come not to shed blood, but to save you from the false god who would lead you astray. I understand how you feel. I do. You loved her with all your heart, but when the moment came, you still couldn't save her. The anguish, the anger, I know it only too well. But I also know where this path leads. To embrace a primal is to condemn yourself to an endless cycle of despair. You will never know peace.
A worm-eaten heart may find peace and serenity in service, in beauty and grace. This hath ever been my promise. Naught else.
And yeah, I was about to mention that this is actually a pretty good follow-through on what happened with Gabu.
You tempt them with visions of things that can never be and leave them bereft and wanting. No illusion, however sweet, can change the fact that your daughter is gone. Remember her as she was. Do not suffer this piteous shade to tarnish her memory.
For every prayer that primal answers, it'll demand payment in kind. Do you have any idea how many more Ananta will die to feed its hunger for crystals?
They would have thee suffer man's spite and live in fear. Far better to dwell in my beauteous dream than endure so ugly a reality.
And what I love about this is Lakshmi doesn't deny anything we're saying. I mean, why would she?
She's wrong! We hate the Empire as much as you, if you just listen!
Poor misguided children. I would spare you the torments of this cruel and misshapen world. Come, bask in my radiance. Let it fill your hearts and free you from your burdens. Abide in misery then, fools. The Ananta are more deserving of my blessing. Leave these lands and my dreamers be. I will not warn you a second time.
You know, that's the first time we've straight up done that. Oh, totally, von Falkenstein. The only difference is the true runes aren't... God, I don't know how to explain that. There's a variance there, but I get what you mean by the vibe. I know it was stupid and foolish, but I had to try. I know. I had to try and I had to fail. So, anybody else? Because if not, we're pugging. We need 3 more people to do this proper like. And in the meantime, I'll just sneak up on Lisa over here. Don't mind me. I've been wanting to do this. No, I didn't know I actually had a different wield animation when I'm walking with my weapon out. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I don't do a lot of walking in this game, ironically. Because there's the run, but yeah, the walk is different. Interesting. Yeah, that's not that different. What about... Oh, that's just... Don't mind me and my giant globe of death. Oh yeah, red mage. I could do red mage too. That's not different either. Most of them aren't actually all that different. Yeah, the Astro gets a strut. I actually kind of like this, the Reaper. It's just, yep, I'm coming. You ready to die? Alright, looks like we're pugging. That's fine. Hang on, really quick. Yeah, it doesn't look any different. Alright, whatever. Stop doing that. Should probably do this first, because I keep forgetting that this is WoW. You'd think one of these days I get used to that. One of these days. To explain that in brief, you know how you do a ready check in order to make sure it's ready? And well, let me actually walk that back. So the moment you queue, you're locked in FF14. You have queued with whatever one is at that point in time, whether they're ready or not. What happens in WoW is when the queue happens, everyone gets a prompt. Do you want to queue? And that's when you go ahead and say, oh, hang on, let me switch to this spec or queue for this spec. And then it locks in, which admittedly is a system I prefer personally, so we don't have to do the ready check, make sure everyone's good, then lock in thing. So yeah, I mean, I could cancel the entire queue, but like if, for example, Gigapudding accidentally was a different level class, you know, or a different class entirely that she didn't mean to be, then she's locked into that for the queue. So I have to cancel the entire queue for everybody, reset the timer, let her change, then re-queue. So you can see why I prefer the WoW system. I imagine there's some technical limitations that allow that. Because one of the things I've noticed FF14 does is it likes to snapshot a party before doing things, right? Like if you want to do the treasure dungeons, or if you want to go into Boja, or if you want to do a solo duty, or if you want to go into a dungeon, like it likes to snapshot what you are. And then, okay, then you're locked into that, and that's how it does the instancing. That too, US and Corp. So, Lakshmi. Yeah, you can change when you're in Boja, that is true. And it's something I do all the time, because I usually switch to healer to rest people in Boja, and then switch back to whatever I'm leveling. Okay. Looks like Kata's going to be tanking. There you go. So, we've certainly got an interesting visual for this place. Some interesting music. I do enjoy this fight. I'll try to talk about it, because like I said, I've done this semi-recently, so I can actually speak to it. So we got a little adding going on at first, and then a little bit of that. Then we grab these blue things. Everyone make sure they grabs one. If you have one and grab another one, you actually get rid of it for another person, so you shouldn't do that. And there's 2 abilities we use this sucker on. Of which this is one. Oh, never mind. I guess that wasn't one. So, cross telegraphs. It's on 2 people, so you got to kind of coordinate where it goes. You get a nice long chunk of time before it hits, though. I think I timed my thing completely wrong. It's like I got another 24 seconds of it. Oh, we totally are 0. Okay, I don't remember the attack she does that requires the usage of the Bree, so I might get hit by it. She's got a big old knockback, I remember that. Let's put this way over here. Drop some blue crap on the ground. Like you do. Grab another 3. Grab another 3. There we go. Got it. Big chest here. Now we pop it. Yeah, this is a pretty well-designed fight. Mostly because, at the moment, we're still in the tutorial. So I think I mentioned this in the Susano fight. Pretty much from Susano onwards, they start actually having the pattern of establish, tutorialize, and then expound upon. Which I'm personally hugely in favor of when it comes to this kind of boss design. So these first few mechanics, they're a joke. But now we know how these things work, and we immediately use it because this is the knockback I was referencing earlier. Which, if we didn't have that thing up, would knock us right the hell off the edge. Don't worry, we're past the point where that would get us killed. We'll pop that. Let's do this.
Surrender to bliss.
Put this way over the edge. And I tend to prefer music in general without lyrics, whoever asked that, so.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
And notice now we start to see the other mechanic of those, but we've already been tutorialized on getting those away from the party, so we know how that works. I mean, did you see the dead eyes, Valvendrix? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, I'm going in here. There we go. Hey, offshore Twitch account. Oh, stay in put, stay in put. Another of these up. Let's got this at this point. This.
Your souls are stained.
And I mean, you've kind of seen the whole fight. This is another example of simple but good, in my opinion. You've got the cross attacks, you've got the knockbacks, you've got these things which are going to grow, which is why we're getting them way over to the edge here. In fact, I'm going to kind of overlap a little bit. There we go. Now, that's actually some pretty bad cross placement, because... No, we're okay, we're okay. Doesn't those grow. And, I mean, that's it. That's the fight. But I like it.
I shall free you from your hate.
I will kill you for trying to free me from my hate. Wait. Oh, I have this attack now. I keep forgetting I have this at this level. Use these here. Okay, It's okay, I'm a sage, I can do that. And GG. Yeah, no, that was a pretty good group. I will give that one person who stayed. God, it's the most terrifying thing of all. Actually, I kind of like that cloak. Good choice, Giga Pudding. Legit. So yeah, I think that's a pretty easy, good boss fight plus.
You did it again. You saved them. I just wish I could have been more help.
Look, we all know how this works, okay? You get a primal, it's like, all right, Lore's primal removal service. We remove primals before you remove your lore. How can I help you? That is the... So, yeah, I was actually about to mention, I'm pretty sure... I don't know if it's the literal first time they did duty actions, but that's definitely the first time I encountered duty actions when I was playing through this. Okay, so that actually was the original first time. Yes, I do, Omega Legion. I have everything at 80+. I have several things at 90. What the hell is the Amaro mount? And I have no idea. I have a Magitech mount. All other mounts do not matter.
So, it looks like the Ananta did have a mountain of crystals after all. Like every other tribe. Gods were all such slaves to our weaknesses.
You slew our mistress! She was our hope, our salvation! Is there no end to your cruelty?
Listen to me, please. I know that you're only trying to protect yourselves because you feel frightened and alone. But that's how we all feel. Don't you see? If we could just turn to each other for help instead of the gods, I'm sure we could find a way to live in peace. Your crystals are important to you, aren't they? Reflections of your souls, right? Well, you shouldn't have to sacrifice something so precious to a primal.
Who are you to question our choice? You who fight without fear? We wish only to live in peace. And if this be the price we must pay, then so be it!
Alright, we're gonna have to kill you then to make sure that you don't summon her again, because I have to kill a primal every time it shows up. God, people.
I know there's nothing I can say to convince you. But I hope that one day you look back and see we only ever wanted the same thing.
Just look into my undead eyes.
Begone, damn you! Spare me your hollow words, and leave me to mourn.
Don't summon Lakshmi again. I'll have to kill her. Again.
I'll go. But it doesn't mean I'm giving up. Girabania is our home too. And one way or another, we're going to have to learn to live together. Come on. Alphino and Alize are waiting.
So it's about 11 quests until the next dungeon, which is Castellan. We might honestly not hit that before the lunch break. We got a lot of story to push through before we get there. But once we hit Castellan, it's going to be a race to the end. Because then Alamigo and Royal Menagerie aren't that far out from that.
Ah, the savage returns, and with her tail firmly between her legs, beaten by beastmen, I hear.
It was a shameful display, by all accounts. She may have curried the Viceroy's favor with her bold promises, but in the end, she's just another plodding bungler like the rest of her kind.
Strange. You would think him a better judge of character. Then again, I hear she's not averse to a more physical mode of persuasion.
So, this is a load of horse crap, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
I thought she rose through the ranks rather quickly, but no longer. If only she had been content with her lot, she might have lived to see the morrow.
Can I just say, based on my own understanding of the characters involved, if Fordola turned around and just murdered these two, and then walked up to Xenos and said, hey, I just murdered these two, Xenos would be like, okay. Why do I care? And... Kill him, Fordola! Kill him! Do it! Yeah, wash the gore off the carpet. Okay. Bored on his throne, as usual.
Fordola Rem Lupus. Commander of the Crania Lupi, reporting as ordered.
Why do you tremble, sir? Could it be that the Empire's butcher is afraid? That she who walks with death is terrified of her own?
Oh, at this exact point in the story, Xenos has finally found something that not only catches his interest, but made him feel, just a little bit, just a spark. But he finally has an actual goal. Because up until now, his goal has basically been find something that makes me feel. Now he has. And now, that is his goal, is reinvigorating and pursuing that, pretty much at the expense of everything else. He will throw away everything else for the sake of that feeling.
I'm terrified of dying having achieved naught. Gladly would I give my life to win a great victory on the battlefield, had I but the strength.
Alas, you do not. Indeed, you are weak. And born of this weakness is a blind fervor, a raging inferno which threatens to consume not only you, but everyone around you.
Yes, my lord.
You were defeated by the Resistance on several occasions. You misjudged the Ananta and spurred them into summoning an icon. Have you anything to say?
I do not, my lord. My failures are my own. I am prepared to accept your judgment.
And that is very admirable. However, I've had enough of this dumb show. Give voice to that hunger I see in your eyes, or I will pluck them from your head.
I want... I want to make them pay! All of them! Everyone who ever mocked or looked down on me! I want the power to make them pay!
Very well. Then I shall give you a chance. A chance to transcend your mortal limits. Assuming, that is, you are prepared to wager your life for such power.
Transcend, my lord. I came here prepared to die. Tell me what I must do.
So, this is the guy I mentioned earlier. This is the Garlean Hojo. And let me be clear. He's freaking Hojo. I'm pretty sure it's actually a deliberate reference. Especially considering the dungeon we fight him in. And yeah, I will go ahead and admit, let's be clear, I've never liked Xenos. I will never like Xenos. Even at best, he would be coffee. But that's probably one of his best scenes in the entire game right there. Switch back to Samurai. You finished. Good. Glad it's over. We had to use force to secure the crystals. Alize was not gentle. What do you mean? You live. I had my doubts. Yeah, you know. Yeah, exactly, Blade Trovall. I wish we could have left on better terms. Oh yeah, that scene deserves a positive. Thank you for reminding me. By the way, do you notice how Xenos already had Hojo there, ready to go? No, I won't. Bloodborne is a net positive game. That doesn't mean I like it. You have done us a great service this day. Long shall my sisters sing the praise of the Icon's slayer. Let us bear word to them of Sri Lakshmi's passing. Back to the plot. Also, how can I be wrong about disliking Xenos? Because the only way I could be wrong about disliking Xenos is to actually like Xenos and be denying it, which is just nonsense if you think about it. But yeah, Xenos might end up being a coffee character. There is something I've been keeping quiet about and will continue to, but we'll cover that when we get there. Hey Rax, yeah, we had to pug it, but I just hope we won't have to deal with any more primals before we march on Alamigo. Only I had your power. The things I would do! Okay, Alize. Alize, I'm not a Sith. Okay. Wait, I'm totally a Sith. Join me, Alize! Become my apprentice, and I will show you power, the likes of which you have only imagined. Hey, you killed Shmi. You did, yo. So, the definition of coffee, and this is very particular. Coffee is something I can acknowledge as good, but I will never like. And that's the definition. Something I don't like is not coffee. Coffee is something that I can intellectually recognize is good, either in terms of quality or in terms of presentation or whatever. But it doesn't matter because I don't like it. It doesn't matter what you do with a cup of coffee, I'm never going to like it. Yeah, Dark Souls is a pretty good example of this. I can acknowledge that several Dark Souls games are legit. I've never liked one. I do not anticipate liking Elden Ring when we get there, but it's probably going to be a net positive. I fear this is only the beginning. There's no cure for that which drives the desperate. Yeah, actually there is. Anyways, blah, 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 blah. Lakshmi's dead. Let's go. Yeah, exactly, Little Lion. But again, the relevant part is... It's weird. For it to actually qualify as coffee, it still has to be good, you know? Like, if someone pours some mud into a cup, literal mud, and says, drink this, and I'm like, oh, that's terrible. That's not coffee. Yes, I get the joke. That's just bad. Coffee has to be something I can intellectually acknowledge is good. Hey, Pippin. We heard about the Primal. Excellent work! If you're looking for Arnivald, they're currently investigating suspicious activity. That is a terrifying outfit. Welcome back. Conrad and Marshal Tarapin came to render aid, but I fear that won't be necessary. So let's explain. Explain. Baldessian Disco. Incredible. I don't know what to say. If you hadn't been there to stop her, who knows where it could have ended. You've saved a lot of lives, Lore. Take pride in that. It said that there is something to be said of an unprecedented situation. Previous summonings were, to my knowledge, planned well in advance. Indeed, there are several aspects of this incident which bear further investigation. In any event, Kalana's supply of crystals must remain limited for the foreseeable future. Ambient ether levels closely observed. Understood. The Alliance will consult the Resistance and Vera on how best to enforce said restriction. Thank you, Vice Marshal. To other matters, then. What news of the Imperials? None, which is troubling. It seems as though the Skulls and the remainder have fully withdrawn into the peaks. We've neither seen hide nor hair of them since Valadina. Regardless of the reasons, the path is clear. Father has decided it's time to advance east. Finally! He was also most emphatic. You be spared from duties for the present. You need to rest. We're not due for the Warrior of Light to collapse from exhaustion during the march. I mean, I've been strong or quick as him, but we're soldiers nonetheless. We can deal with the Imperials. Ah, you've earned a respite. Do you mind sharing which one, Classic Game Lover? Inverse of coffee. Kind of? So, we have a term called sushi. Now, sushi is actually a little bit different. Sushi is not something that I can intellectually acknowledge as bad, that I enjoy. Sushi is something that I enjoy regardless of its quality. So, you know, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, which is not exactly a good game, nevertheless is still a net positive game, but is sushi. I just enjoy it. I think I got the sushi tag. I might not have actually gotten the sushi tag. But you get the point. Sushi is something I enjoy regardless of all other factors. That's the point. I knew it, Classic Game Lover. They're unlocking... Let's see... Brawly. There we go. Looks like it's up to me and mine to give you a proper welcome. Welcome to the town we technically have been at for a minute. Yeah, I don't have a specific term for something I like that I acknowledge as bad, because I haven't run into that really yet. So... Honored guests, partake of our humble offerings. Red 13 quest reference. That's actually really nice food. Jesus Christ, we don't deserve that. Yeah, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest did rate overall net positive. It's in the current list. It's one of the only Final Fantasy games that has a current review. Both golden ratio at the same time. You actually play them both. One on one controller, one on the other. Yet Mystic Quest got a 16.26 golden number, which is not good. But it is greater than 0, and that does mean it is net positive. That also makes it below average. X6, I'm pretty sure got a negative. Oh, okay, hang on. X6 got a negative 12.94. It's pretty bad. She wasn't kidding when she said her mother could cook. Oof. What are you doing? Staring at the moon? Why? No reason. You know, seeing her with her family, I can't help thinking of my own. Why is this not voiced? This is 2 least character scenes that are not voiced now. You trying to tell me something, game? My father would come home from a hunt with dinner on his shoulder. Ida would prepare it with herbs and spices. My mother died when I was little, so she did most of the cooking. We didn't have much, but we had each other, and that was enough for me. But they wouldn't have let us have that. Theodoric, Gaius, of course, father and Ida had to fight. I would have too if I'd been older, but they didn't have to die. Never ends, does it? They call us beasts. They treat us like them. They push until someone pushes back, until someone takes a arm, or someone's a false god. If the 12 are watching us, what are they thinking? They are not, because they don't exist. What are they thinking when they see the strong hurt the weak? When people fight and die, nothing gets better, and it just goes on and on and on. There is no justice, just us. I know. That's why we're here, isn't it? Not anymore, Omega Legion. Stab! Stab the feelings right out of them. Who knows what answers are, if there are any. Either way, life goes on, and we've got to go with it. Sorry, that sounded better in my head. I'm getting tired. I'm gonna go to bed. Tomorrow's another day, huh? Let's see what it keeps. Sleep well. I mean, it's easy to explain the Battle of Cartano, because The 12 don't exist any more than Ifrit exists. And yet Ifrit was certainly able to do a lot of stuff despite not existing, wasn't he? And there you go. Bam. Explained. It's not even hard to explain that. I don't even know why you're bringing that up. Unless you're being a joke, in which case I'm terrible at recognizing when my chat is joking at me. I've got other skills, and in case you've forgotten, I'm one of the finest hunters this tribe's ever seen. I don't remember you being a master culinarian. Excuse me! I am a master culinarian! Aw, she doesn't change what she's saying. Oh well. So, it is possible the 12 and the primals are different. I don't think they are. I have seen no inference in no information whatsoever to indicate that the 12 actually exist. Or existed, or however you want to think of that. Like, let me put this a little bit differently. Balthazar from Guild Wars is an actual person. He's a real person who really existed, who really was a god, and really was doing stuff. And... right? So there is a Balthazar. Someone could say, in Balthazar's name, and it actually means something there. In this setting, there was never any Ralgar, for example, at least to my understanding. And again, I have to add that asterisk, but based on all information I currently know, having not played Endwalker, there are no 12. Just like there was no Lakshmi. Just like there is no Leviathan, right? Yeah, myths of the realm, exactly. Although, as I mentioned earlier, I have no idea what they're doing with that raid, and I don't want to hear it. But we'll get there someday in 7 years. Come on. There we go. I trust you're well-rested and refreshed. Yes, there's no Ajora! The greater part of the Alliance forces should have advanced into the peaks by now, but I expect we will pass many of our comrades on the road east. Yeah, so I know you're in chat are repeating the fact that you don't know anything about it. For those curious, part of the reasons why I try to reemphasize something about that, I don't want to hear it, is just in case, you know, a couple days from now they release some information about it, which I will not read, and then someone watches the VOD and comments on the VOD, oh, this is what the 12 are, ... So I repeat myself just to make sure that someone watching that particular bit who either wasn't here previously or is watching the VOD doesn't share, because I don't want to hear it. Sense make? Because, yeah, USN Corp specifically actually pointed out earlier, hey, we don't know jack about it. And I'm like, okay. But someone might. You'll be happy to hear we've taken Algira. Woo! Let's go to the peaks. Ooh. The peak's got 2 negatives. Ooh. That is possible, Disco, but there's no evidence of that whatsoever. And frankly, the game is really clear about the fact that most of the primals we fight are based on myths, which even if they had a basis in reality, have distended way beyond reality at this point. Oh, I hate them all vegan zones. You kidding me?
I remember how they laughed. Alliance and Resistance soldiers, eager for battle, trading jokes as we marched east towards the peaks. Beyond this last line of defenses lay the locks and the city. Breaching it would be no small feat. But we beat the Imperials back, just like that. And we liberated a village, the first of many.
If you don't mind sharing, I'd love to hear it, Fife. So real quick, I just want to show this off. I keep meaning to and I keep forgetting. How many of you like Star Trek? None of you, of course. So, this was a Christmas gift that I just got yesterday. A little belated. I'm going to see... It's kind of small. Hang on, let me actually zoom in a little bit here. Let's go down to, I believe, here. Yep, there we go. You can kind of see it a little bit better here. And you're probably thinking, oh, this is pretty cool, right? Super cool, right? It's actually decently heavy, too. It's actually solid metal. I'm not sure which kind of metal. But hang on, you don't actually know what this thing is. It's a pizza cutter. I don't exactly have a lot of use for a pizza cutter, but my stepdad saw this one and was like, I need to buy this for lore. It's actually nowhere near as flimsy as it is. It's hard to hold it and show it off properly. You're supposed to hold it like this and do it like this or like this. But yeah, I just had to show this thing off because it's this cute little gift. Yeah, but sorry, put that down. Okay. TBC then, 5 TBC. So we're on this screen. There we go. Welcome to the Peaks. I did all these side quests. In fact, I already complained about them. And gave them 2 negatives. Moving on. My village, the one we visited with Mefrid, is far to the north. No easy way to get there from here, though. Oh, Jesus, Rax. Through the pass onward. Well, in this case, it was just they all forgot. And it's just been sitting there waiting to be given to me, and they just kept forgetting every time I went to visit. And so yesterday they were like, oh yeah, I gotta give you this stupid gift. As you can see, this part of the peaks is much higher than the northern reaches, which is why the Imperials built Specula Imperiatoris where they did. See the towers to the east? Uh-huh. That's her. She sits on the edge of a cliff, so attacking from the north is a fool's errand. From the south, she's no different from any other Imperial installation. You see now why Valadina was so important, right? Anyway, come on. Based on some spoilery stuff, Cashel, and that's all I'm going to say about that, I don't think any of the stuff that the myths are based on even had a basis in reality. We actually heard the creation myth from Lakshmi about the Anata earlier, right? What's the creation myth? Well, she was there before everything else, and she breathed existence into us, and blah, blah, blah. Yes, you do, Giga Pudding. I'll type it out, too, in case you're not listening. That has no basis in the historical reality that we are aware of. So, I'm pretty sure at least most of the myths are complete fabrication. It wouldn't surprise me if some of them have some basis, but that's a good question, Classic Game Lover. I've been trying to get a hold of hard copies of the Mega Man Archie comics for literally years, and they haven't been selling them because of bullcrap, and so the only way to buy them would be to hunt down every single individual comic and then buy it individually, which is something I'm not doing. So Aligiri was once a hub of trade and commerce, as I recalled, hence the need for a large central square. Aligiri is famous for that giant crystal. Some say Ralgar himself put it there. No. The settlement is remarkably intact. Oh yeah, and by the way, that would be hysterical, Uasin Corp. Just imagine we walk into the 12-man reign, the myths of Eorzea, and there's just this... No, it's Machen from Final Fantasy X, and he's just like, oh yes, well, I suppose that I have to tell you that none of these exist. Go on, shoot. And no, the whole raid is you have to sit there listening to him give his, like, 10-minute speech, and anybody who interrupts him instantly dies and fails the trial. I can't answer that, Disco, without spoiling. Here we are, new base of operations for the Alliance and the Resistance. There you are. Yeah, you go AFK, die. So the Imperials fled without a fight, yada yada yada. Let's talk strategy. Yeah, imagine a really violent Deckard Cain. And then they kill you in real life. They actually hunt you down with a sniper. You're gone. Ugh. I'm gonna go ahead and be honest. This is where my memories of this game start to fade a little bit. I was telling Rax about this recently. Because as I've mentioned, by this point I was really sick of this crap. I was already in a bad mood. All the paper cuts had been bothering me. And I was still just absolutely livid after the last fight with Xenos. Which, you're probably thinking, why didn't you just let it go, Lore? I'm still angry about that fight today. So, no, I was... Back in the day, when I was a couple hours after that fight, no, I was pretty livid still. So I started kind of bzzing through the quest a little bit. So, my memories of some of these specifics... Yeah, we still haven't quit yet. But my memories of the specifics have started to vague out quite a bit from this point onward. I remember the upcoming dungeon because I get it all the freaking time on the roulettes. Like, it's one of the more common leveling roulette dungeons I get. No joke. That is a ridiculous fight, especially if you're not built for it, classic game lover. Palagiri is ours. For a mercy, we took it without losing a single man, but we dare not grow complacent. Specula Imperatorius. Imperatoris will not be so easily won. If I may, should we not pause to consider the Imperial's motivations? For Xenos to surrender a fortified settlement in strategic importance without firing a shot is inexplicable. We searched the village and found no traps or signs of sabotage. Suspicious though it may be, I will not refuse this gift from our enemy. The path to Alamigo is through the east, through Specula Imperatoris and Castra Mabania. It bears repeating, however, the latter is home to a massive cannon with unparalleled range and destructive power. Which means we need to strike them quickly, to limit their forces, and blah blah blah. So we have no choice but to do what we got. So, I don't doubt Xenos got something planned. I mean, technically, yes. To the assault, then. The main host will commence a direct assault. Meanwhile, I will have to hold the Scions in reserve to deal with Imperial forces dispatched in response. Understood. Wait a minute. We should be fighting with you in the Resistance. I understand you won't rely too much on Lore after what he's been through. I'm fine. I got this. Send me in, boss. Not that you're my boss. Don't do anything too reckless, please. Mayhap it would be best if I accompanied you. Elise can stay with Lore. Oh, if you must, the two of us can take care of ourselves. You have your orders. Dismissed. Yeah, don't be reckless. Meanwhile, the Garleans are trying a little bit too hard to be Alagons. I hate this room so much. It's hard to even explain why. It's perfectly logical and it makes sense narratively, but it pissed me off what they were doing here. And again, I was already in a bad mood at this point, so I'm just like, oh, you've got to be frickin' kidding me.
Oh, my head.
Let us see. So, she lives. Impressive. Or merely lucky, though that too may prove a useful trait.
My lord, what have you done to me?
Though we Garleans are intellectually and physiologically superior in almost all respects, we lack the hereditary traits required for the reliable manipulation of ether, hence our unique inability to wield magics. This deficiency, for want of a better word, saw us subjected to decades of oppression by the lesser races, and we were eventually driven to seek shelter in the cold northern reaches of Ilsabard. Fortunately, said region was replete with vast deposits of ceruleum, which proved instrumental in the development of Magitech, a revolutionary technology conceived to compensate for our disadvantage.
I like how he started this entire speech with, we're better in every way, but...
It was with Magitech that we grew strong, that our nation became an empire. Yet, ultimately, this was an extrinsic solution to an intrinsic problem. What I wanted was not a crude device to be used in lieu of magic. Through modification of the Garlean genome, I argued that it might be possible to enhance a subject's ability to manipulate ether, effectively empowering them to wield magics. Alas, my theories were met with consternation in the Imperial Court. Only Lord Xenos, with commendable foresight and wisdom, deigned to support my research.
Thanks, Xenos.
You gave me this treatment, but I'm not Garlean.
Alamegan, through and through. What you have been granted is far greater than mere magic. Before that lesser light, it is as a second sun.
I am informed that Alagiri was recently occupied by the Resistance, and that an attack on Specula Imperatoris is considered imminent. This could provide an ideal opportunity to test her performance in the field.
Your skulls, was it? They have joined the garrison at the Watchtower?
Yes, my lord. By your leave, I would rendezvous with them and lead a counterattack against the insurgents.
No. Even were you to leave now, you would not arrive in time. There is another duty I would entrust to you.
To say she consented to this is kind of a weird one, because she did? She just didn't know what she was signing up for. Which is a little bit of a question mark. Hi, Thancred.
Found you.
Also, I do agree with Rax. To my knowledge, it's never been officially canified. Feel free to correct me on this if I'm wrong. But to my knowledge, the Resonant really is just unlocking the echo that everyone should have. Shadowbringer scene. Excuse me. So full of fire and eager, aren't they? Well, I wouldn't worry too much. They're strong and have each other. At least he spared me the trouble of having to speak up. I wasn't about to let Lise go alone. We have a fair bit of ground to cover, so go kill some Imperials. Okay. By the way, I just feel like pointing out that that is yet another scene which would have made more sense if it was Varys instead of Xenos. I'm just going to keep pointing those out, because the more I see them, the more I'm convinced of that. Again, just to be very clear about this, I'm not saying we should kick Xenos out of the game. I'm saying we should add Varys in place of Xenos, and move Xenos off to his own thing. And yeah, I was about to say, I could be wrong. Hello. There we go. Oh no, we're not a TIE fighter. But, I mean, I would be too, Albatrox. But in the interest of fairness, I wouldn't kick Xenos out. We're not a TIE fighter. It's debatable if we're up to the point of being a Gladiator Star Destroyer or a Victory Star Destroyer, but we're definitely getting up there. Yeah, it's not like Xenos is wrong, it's just that Varys is better, is a good way to phrase that, I think. There's been a few examples of that as we've been going. And there will be more. Subject. Really? There we go. That was weird. Well, whatever. And or just die. That's cool. Yeah, okay, so I don't want to spoil anything, but all I'm going to say is I get the really strong feeling that Varys was one of those Harry Kim characters, right? For those of you who don't understand that reference, sometimes writers have this problem where they've added a character to their narrative and they can't seem to come up with any ideas for what to do with them. So they don't do anything with them. And so they're just kind of there. And it's like, oh yeah, we can do this, and then they're gone. And I've really had a strong feeling that Varys was a character they just couldn't figure out what to do with for some reason. Yeah, I wasn't even mention Mayweather. Yeah, Papalimo, exactly, is another excellent example of a character they just couldn't seem to figure out what to do with. I hate how they lock my camera and this stuff. So, we killed some Imperials. Cool. Yeah, FF6 kind of had that too. Emperor Geshtal really isn't defined much. We can assume, but the game doesn't really do much to characterize Geshtal. Leo, who arguably has less scenes than Geshtal, gets more characterization than Geshtal. And I mean, Kafka is a Don't mind Raban here, he's just Rabaning it up. Nice one, Pippin.
Whoa! You've improved, lad.
Come now, father. You lured the fool onto my blade, and do not try to deny it.
That's true, Ross. Even DS9 does it a little bit.
Our work here is all but done. What of Conrad and his men?
They are for the main tower. The skulls have offered fierce resistance thus far, but Conrad seems to believe he can convince them to lay down their arms.
Then we will tend to the stragglers down below. With me!
I would to Koida, but no, he just got his shoulder plate. Yeah, that's a good point, Ross. And I know this is going to sound weird, but frankly, I think DS9 does it too with Nog. And I know what you're thinking, but Nog gets good scenes. Yeah, like 5. And 2 episodes.
Report.
Enemy forces have overrun the lower facilities and appear to be mounting an assault on the main tower. We have already received a request for reinforcements. A unit of legionaries has been mustered and is ready to depart. They await your orders, Commander.
Stand down.
Commander?
Tell them to stand down.
Commander, if I may, our people, your people are still in there. They will be slaughtered.
You think I don't know that? I want nothing more than to help them. To lead the bloody charge. But I have my orders. Lord Xenos said no reinforcements. He would have us use the main cannon to destroy the installation.
Again, this sounds more Varus than Xenos, if I might be so blunt. Remember, Tarkin.
What? Killed our own soldiers? You must be mistaken.
Mayhap you'd like to ask Lord Xenos yourself. I thought not. Initiate the firing sequence. Wars are won on the backs of the dead. Theirs and ours. There is no truth but this. We must remain firm and resolute and always, always do our duty. Now, give the order.
Initiate firing sequence.
Aye, aye. Initiating firing sequence. Release safety locks. Deploy main cannon.
I've wondered that a few times too, Lenlock. We do know that they pushed Xenos to be a main central character.
Rudolph, and for us, for our people, for our future.
Specifically as they wanted more of a personal connection to Xenos.
Confirm the target, Commander.
For us, the players. And we know that they wanted there to be... They definitely pushed Xenos up the narrative. So I wonder if Xenos... Actually, like, originally it was Xenos and Varus, and they just pushed Xenos up to encompass Varus.
Specula Imperatoris, main tower. Fire when ready.
You may fire when ready. That... Okay, Omega Legion. I'm not going to say anything. Negative to everything. There we go. We're good. This is going to sound weird, Omega Legion, but I disagree. And I know what you're saying, but they've said that. Yeah, I still disagree. Oh, so now we're playing Total Annihilation. Or Supreme Commander. Jesus. How many millimeters do you think that nonsense is? Yeah, range, the map.
Long-range artillery.
Those treacherous bastards. Their people were still fighting. Full retreat! Now! Relay the orders!
Thankfully, Robon has enough of a brain to figure out immediately what's going on here.
Understood. All forces retreat! I repeat, all forces retreat!
Yeah, get out now. You notice the Garleans run too, and of course no one's going to try to stop them, or the vice versa. As with Bahamut, the moment this happens, the battle stops. Now it's just get away from the environmental threat. It's interesting how that happens every time. Yep, and of course we see this from there because everybody in like a... I don't know how many mile radius would see that happening. Comms are being jammed. That's a good question, Gigapudding. I don't actually know. Since there is no Christmas, but there are a few holidays in setting, so maybe. So, hell's open, heavens weep. So, I'm going to go ahead and clarify my statement, Omega Legion. One of the things I've discovered many times over the years, is that people will say in interviews, you know, this was always the intent, or this was what we were going for, and etc., etc. And an analysis of both the actual structure of the story, the notes that survive from it, or other interviews, or just bisecting it or whatever, shows that it's wrong, it's a lie, right? I mean, it varies in the severity of the lie. You know, George Lucas saying that it was always the plan to have 9 movies and it was always Anakin's story is a blatant lie that we have a bajillion pieces of evidence that it's a lie. But other times it's a little more vague. It's like, and it's just down to analysis of structure and construction of the story that might indicate that they are either misleading or just saying things differently or whatever, right? And so that's what I meant. I wanted to clarify. I don't think I agree that this was always supposed to be Xenos. It doesn't feel like it. But again, most of that's just due to analysis. I don't have evidence in this case. It looks worse. It's worse than it looks. We need to find my brother. Find my brother. Hell, even that I wouldn't agree with, Hazardous, based on my own research into Star Wars in particular. There is so much evidence that when he was putting together Star Wars A New Hope, he had not even a thought about sequels or other story arcs. Not even one. It didn't even enter his mind by every account of evidence until Empire Strikes Back. And even then, he was just like, oh, okay, well, let's do this then. And Empire Strikes Back had so many rewrites and so many restructurings. And that's the other thing. The other thing is, a lot of people tend to forget that story ideas change and morph over time. You can kind of see the bones of previous stories in final versions, because usually when they change their mind, they don't just throw out all the old notes. They're like, okay, well, we had an idea where this person was going to do this here and here, so we changed the person, the location, and the place, but the structure is still the same. That's why I keep referencing structure, for example. Not at launch. I forget when they added Episode 4 to A New Hope, because, yeah, as some of you are aware, it was just called Star Wars, and then later Star Wars A New Hope, and then later, Star Wars Episode 4 A New Hope. So, they changed that a few times. But anyways, moving on. I need some water. Yeah, exactly, Wenlock. I mean, there's more nuance to it than that, but the problem is we actually, by coincidence, have a huge amount of information on the behind the scenes of Star Wars. Because a lot of people were involved, and a lot of those people also happen to be people who worked in documentaries. By total coincidence. And so they kept a lot of notes, and they kept a lot of materials. And hey, here we are. I'm glad you're here, Captain, in case it isn't obvious the Imperials fired on us. I didn't think they had it in them. Kill their own men just to kill us. Yep. Shinra moment engaged. He was in the tower when it was struck. But that does not mean anything. Our forces are still evacuating, and many remain unaccounted for. Alize? Alize, listen. There are soldiers wounded and dying all around us. Soldiers with families like you and me. They need your help. Do you understand? Good moment from Raban. But anyways, get back to your point, Omega Legion. Sorry, let's redress to the topic at hand. It wouldn't surprise me all that much that they had the bone work, the skeleton of the story, pretty much all the way through Endwalker written, probably as far as late Heaven's Word. I actually firmly believe that. What I'm not sure about is the details and how much rejiggering there was. And that's not an insult, it's worth noting. There's always rejiggering. That's how writing works. Oh, absolutely, Trihexia. I know, Omega. That's why I'm also trying to make it clear that I'm not trying to tell you that you're wrong and you're dumb, Omega Legion, and you're banned because I'm a dumb streamer. Stuff like that, you know. I am dumb, and I am a streamer, but I'd like to think I'm not a dumb streamer. I'm stupid. Thank you, Raid Loss. As always, I'll put that towards DBZ Kakarot. Thank you. Probably Wenlaw. Probably. That's true. Of all the streamers out there, I am definitely one of them. I think I was hit by debris. I know, you're Lord Runner. Ward of House Fortem. Yeah. We fought together on the Steps of Faith. You saved my life then, and now. I can walk. Thank you. 1,000 times thank you. Conrad? Conrad! Nago, put him over here. I was gonna say, Rax, when did you get into the game? Hang on. Was a question asked about evil empires? Scroll down. I don't see one. No. Although, there is a question from Classic Game Lover about the summoning of the husband. There's a way to skip that. That's the summary. It depends on how you do the fight. You are supposed to see her summon her husband. That is what is supposed to happen.
Conrad! Conrad, speak to me!
It was all so sudden. Conrad had just convinced the last few skulls to surrender when we heard the bang and everything started to shake. We carried the survivors to safety, but Conrad's... We have done what we can for him. All that remains is to pray.
Conrad?
Is that you, Lise? I can't see a damn thing. Well, that's that then. Time's up.
What are you talking about? You'll be on your feet before you know it.
It's all right, Lise. I've lived long enough. Listen, I want you to lead the resistance in my stead.
I've already explained why this is a terrible idea, but whatever.
Don't say another word. You'll recover. We'll recover. We'll bring freedom to Alamigo together. We're not going to stop here.
No, you won't. Everything we've built, everyone we've brought together, I know you'll show them the way. You've got it in you, Lise. Not because you're Curtis's daughter or Ida's sister, but because you're you. Because you're you.
Conrad.
Lead them to victory. To freedom.
I will, Conrad. I will. I promise.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to give this a negative, but this should be a positive, and it super isn't. So, okay. Yeah, as I say, that cannon probably takes a few minutes to reload and refire, but do we know they're not going to fire it a second time? Meanwhile... a lot of meanwhiles.
Next round, double the charge.
No, Disco. Hey, Estinian.
Come, Nidhogg. We are needed.
How do you take out a cannon? You hit the ammo belt.
That's the cerulean pipeline!
In this case, it's pipe, but still.
Impossible! How can one man... Shoot the bastard! Shoot him!
Again, no, Disco. Your aim sucks.
My lance has slain far greater beasts. You're welcome, boy.
Now, this is pure fan service, but I have to point out...
I want that intruder found, and get the engineers to fix my bloody cannon!
But this was actually, believe it or not, this is a bigger deal than it probably initially looks. Because they have just taken out their Mega Death Cannon. Or he has just taken out the Mega Death Cannon. Which, if you were paying attention, they were getting ready to fire again.
The savages are coming!
So, the giant artillery is now removed from the equation. And that's going to play in a lot to the upcoming things. And, well, if you haven't caught that, the next dungeon is Castrum Abania. So, we could have killed them. We could have walked away. But instead, we tried to convince them to lay down their arms. We tried to seek a peaceful solution. We showed them mercy, and this was their response. Fire and blood. This was their answer. Such crimes cannot go unpunished. They must not! There will be a reckoning. Yeah, I was going to say, remember when Yong took out a big death cannon? That's a little bit better. Forgive me, now's not the time for vows of vengeance. We must remain calm and rational and in control. The Imperials have demonstrated a willingness to fire on their own. So long as we remain here, we're in danger. And we don't know that Estinian just took out the cannon. So we need to peace out. Pronto. Yeah, we'll need people to sign up for Castrum Abania. I imagine this will be another one of those popular dungeons, because for those of you who don't remember the name, this is the FF6 dungeon. Like, every boss, literally all 3 bosses in there are FF6 references. So for anybody interested, let me know. And we'll go ahead and do a roll. If we have too many interested, I got the dice right here, ready to go. What's funny is, this is, in my opinion, this is how you do fan service correctly, because, yeah, they're all FF6 bosses, but they're actually good fights, too. So, you know, I could say the same about Omega, but we'll get there when we get there. Hopefully tomorrow. No, it's not going to be a spoiler, Ross. I don't think it is. How far are you into FF6? Wait, you're at G-Door last I checked, so you won't have encountered any of the bosses we're about to fight, but that's okay. Oh, sorry, I should read that part out loud. It wasn't long ago I was trying to kill you and yours. I half expected you to slit my throat. Hell's with this. I should be back home in Ilzabard instead of taking fire from my so-called comrades. Yeah, by the way, this is actually... So, okay. What Xenos just did is going to have a bit of a knock-on effect. I'm going to spoil something for you here. Brace yourselves. We're going to successfully rebel in Garabania. I know it's shocking. But, with that spoiler out of the way, it is my firm opinion that one of the bigger reasons for this is because of that attack that just happened. I'm dead serious about that. A lot of Imperials are going to put up a lot less resistance than they otherwise would. And remember, a lot of Imperial troops are conscripts. Usually from another province, not actually Garleans. Yeah, exactly, Takoida. The auxiliaries were just fired upon by their own masters. Uh-huh. And I should probably mention that a few of the side quests that I did off camera deal with Garleans saying, okay, I'm done with this crap. And just turncoating. And given how desperate the Alliance is for forces, rather than, okay, come in for a trial, it's more like, alright, here's your new uniform. Right back out. Yeah. So I guess that's not really a headcanon. I think that's just canon. Because there are the side quests that deal with that, and, you know, we are going to win, and we are going to face less resistance than we should. And they are going to have to send in Garlemald regulars in a, you know, a while from now in order to deal with us. So... Thanks, bloody tourniquet came loose. Yep, you're welcome. Of course, this all makes sense if you consider what Estinian... Wow. What Xenos is after. He doesn't care about winning the battle, he doesn't care about keeping the loyalty of his troops, and he doesn't care about the strategy. He cares about making sure that we have sufficient reason to show up and kick open his door. Because, remember, that's all he really cares about. So, contrary, this is actually in character. The only question mark here is why the hell Xenos even has the authority to do this. Nepotism argument, moving on. I'm going to read Lisa's thing. It's all up to me, Lise. Or you. Laura, we've given over Commander Kemp's remains for safekeeping. I have no idea when the rites are going to be performed. For now, we must carry on. Yeah. That's a good way to put that, classic game lover. It wouldn't surprise me, Omega Legion. So, if you didn't read that, for those of you not reading chat, Omega Legion just says, at this point, Varys might just be letting all this stuff happen in hopes that we take out Xenos, and then he'll come in with the regulars later. And I just gave this away. Later on, the regulars are a-coming, so... Yes, I actually referenced that earlier, Ross, because we did bring up the nepotism thing on Sunday. Had a whole discussion about it. It was pretty relevant. Death's weigh heavy on my soul. Commander Kemp's most of all. He was a wise leader, a patriot. But above all else, he was a good man who will be sorely missed. What? Just wait, classic game lover, wait. We'll get there. We're on our way to it right now. And by that I mean probably about an hour from now. I ask for a moment's silence to pray for the souls of the departed. We have suffered a grievous defeat, but we cannot and will not renounce the cause. The die has been cast. Hold tight to this grief and this anger, and let it drive you forward. Let it be your strength and your shield when we face the enemy. Carry us far, General. Of that I have no doubt. Ere we take another step towards Alamigo, we must first address the cannon. A frontal assault is out of question. We lose countless men before we even reach the walls. Would we? Recall the Imperials could have obliterated our forces had they kept firing, but neglected to do so. They had no strategic reason to cease fire, which begs the question, why didn't they? We suspect they're unable to fire the cannon, maybe due to malfunction. One or more of their officers found his conscience after the barrage, or one of their officers found his conscience after the barrage, or a heretofore unknown resistance faction chose that moment to disable it. There are many possibilities, but the fact remains they stopped. Would logic dictate they continue? We'll go see for ourselves. Are you mad? Conrad put you in charge of the resistance. We can't risk losing another commander, so... I know how you feel, but I need you to understand. It wasn't long after Papalimo and I raced... Okay. Every time I said no, it was because of the science. But then, I knew I was afraid of following my heart. I wasn't sure if I was doing it for me or Ida. But then I met someone on the other side of the world who struggled with the same worries. And we traveled together, and I saw him fight and grow and became the leader his people needed to be. Except he had no arc whatsoever. But let's ignore that. And now for Lise, who, ironically, has no arc whatsoever. Huh. Sorry. Yeah, Recklise shall continue to be Recklise. Commander Hext shall carry on her mission. I suppose someone's got to keep her out of harm's way. That's true, she changes outfits twice. How many characters do that? Wait, hang on. 1, 2, 3. There we go. I now have more character than Lise. Alright. Sorry to drag you into this lore. It may not be the decision Conrad would have made, but I'm not Conrad, and I never will be. I don't know what kind of leader he was hoping for, but right now, all I can do is be myself. Could you not? Could you not? If you don't mind, I'd rather not wait around and have people talk me out of it. Let's go! To the ship! Yep, there's climbing gear, and I can fly! That's a good point, Blade Traval. And I'm not dumping real-life money on changing my character name, especially since my character name is Lord Runner. So that ain't happening. Let's see, questions. What? Do I have an interest in Stranger of Paradise? Actually, yes, and I think Rax is with me on this. My interest in the game has actually gone up, not down, the more ridiculous and silly it seems. It really feels, if I was to call it tonally, it feels like they're trying to make a Yakuza Final Fantasy game, and I am 100% in favor of that. That being said, unless it's for the show, I will not be playing it until it comes out on PC. But since it has full campaign co-op, me and Pax totally want to play that when it comes out on PC. If. And I have to say if, because remember, FF7R1 hasn't even come out on PC yet. And Square is really inconsistent with their PC releases. Looking at you, Kingdom Hearts, while we're on the subject. So, yeah, if you remember, I did an entire lore week dissecting how terrible the trailer was. Which, by the way, I do stand behind. That was a terrible trailer. They just kind of started actually embracing the cheese with their marketing campaign and taking that and using it to their advantage. And I gotta respect that, honestly. Because that initial trailer was garbage, to be blunt. But everyone after that has been, oh, okay. Like I said, Blade Traval, when it comes out on PC, then I might actually play it. It's time for me to kill. I must kill Chaos. There she is. Bob's Hope, the arc that once one man made to save countless others from the flood during the 6th Umbral era. It's comforting to think there have been always people who cared this much about their fellow man, who's accomplished such great feats that people couldn't help but thinking they were made up. But the proof's right here. Yeah, Noah's Ark. I don't mean just the ship, you know. I mean you. Long before anyone started calling you a hero, you were there for those in need. You did things for people you didn't have to, sometimes even when they didn't want you to. Can't have been easy, staying true to yourself, but we're all better for it, me included. And that's why I have to stay true to myself. I'll never be a leader like Conrad or Hian or my father. But I can be a friend to you all, and I can fight by your side. I can be me, and that'll have to be enough, huh? No comment! It's okay, Lisa. I don't dislike you. Really. It's just this... I think if I was to explain it, it's not that I dislike Lise. I dislike how the game is misusing her. You know what I mean? I dislike how the game doesn't seem to really know how to properly use Lise as a character. Put her in the positions that she should be, narratively speaking. Instead, it's like, she's the main character, and she's growing, except she isn't. And she's a leader, except she isn't. It's like, what? Like, okay, I love Sabin over in FF6, but if you did a whole story arc about Sabin becoming the leader of the frickin' Returners, I'd be like, I'm sorry, huh? Strange to think back on it. If we'd been standing in different places, or if the shell had struck the tower differently, it could have been me instead of Conrad. Or both of us. What kind of monster murders their own? Is that smoke? Wait, it's from the cannon! Da-na-na-na. I can't tell what happened from here, but I can tell you won't be giving us any trouble in the immediate future. Thanks, Estinian. Really? I know, Omega Legion. I mean, Garrosh, after all, is the one who successfully conquered the Lich King in Northrend, right? So, funny thing. There was a question I was asked a while ago. If they were to do a Garrosh arc in FF14, who would I think it best fit? But the question was for the leaders of the city-states, and I picked the Admiral for that. Lise going through a Garrosh arc actually makes a weird amount of sense the more I think about it. Just for those of you who understand, really think about that for a minute. We have to tell the others. Come on! In fact, hang on. We're gonna do this. I'm going to officially give a negative for Lisa's utilization. Hey, Death Eagle. Keeping it going. Easier down than up, huh? Although not necessarily safer. Anyways, let's go. Let's do this. Boop. So, someone, I think it was Classic Game Lover, asked how to deal with the crystal bosses in FF5. So, the problem here is those bosses are mean. They're some of the hardest bosses in the entire game, especially depending on which particular setup you have. So here's the thing. I'm just going to tell you how the bosses work in simplicity, and hopefully you can determine a strategy from that. Each boss has an elemental attack it does. Not a big deal. However, each boss has a decent chunk of health, several thousand, and when each boss gets below half health, they start using a much meaner AoE elemental attack. So, generally speaking, unless you have absolutely buco AoE DPS output, which there are certain setups that can, you want to focus fire one down, then the next, and then the next. And you have to be ready for that. You have to be ready for the fact that they're just going to start beating you in the face the moment they get below half health. In fact, one thing that you can do, and I've had to do this for several 4-job fiestas, is get one down to about just above the halfway point. Wait until it uses its next attack, and then push it down in hopes of not even letting it get in its AoE attack. Because those hurt. You are returned. I only hope you bring good news. We scaled the cliffs of Bob's Hope and spied smoke rising from Castrum Abania's main cannon. I think Marshal Tarapin's right. They didn't fire again because they couldn't. The cannon's been disabled somehow. We must attack it once. It could still be a trick, but if it isn't, we may not get a better opportunity. Bluntly, General, if it is a trick, it's a baffling stratagem. Had the Imperials wished to wipe us out, they would have just kept firing. Be that as it may, we need not risk everything to seize it. I say we dispatch a small contingent to infiltrate the castrum and secure the weapon. Dungeon. If the enemy is preoccupied with repairs, we may be able to take them unawares. If not, well, we'll figure it out and see if the cannon's still operational. Either way, it's worth the risk, but how do we infiltrate? In anticipation of a day like this, men and women under my command have labored long to cultivate a network of informants throughout Garabania, including Radiata. Radiata is home to many who hold menial positions at Castrum Abania and other nearby installations. With the aid of our allies, I believe we can secure a route into the fortress. The Resistance will handle this. You've recruited these informants, but they'll be just as happy working with fellow Alamegans. At the end of the day, it's our land and our responsibility. Let's do it right by Conrad. I should be glad to accompany her, as would Alize and Lore, I am sure. Well then, if you're all in agreement, I see no reason to refuse you. Of all the many complaints I've had of Stormblood, I've never had that one, Omega Legion. Basically for the reason you already mentioned. The dragons just finished a war. They're probably willing to just kind of peace out for a bit, you know. And frankly, given how relatively alien, deliberately intended, that dragons tend to be, it wouldn't surprise me if they would have difficulty understanding the concept of fight these mortals, but not these ones. As a group, I mean, obviously individual dragons can figure that out, but you get my point. Thanks for standing by me, Taylor. Together we'll make Conrad proud. I suspect a handpicked contingent of Alamegan Brigade's finest would have been equally, if not more qualified, but what do I know? Yeah, if Varys were to attack Dravania, it is actually probably one of the reasons they haven't yet. Not worth the trouble. Yet. My apologies for speaking on your behalf. It would seem my sister's forthright manner is rubbing off on me. I confess my decision to volunteer was not wholly motivated by concern for Lys, nor less Alamigo. Castrum Abania is the largest Imperial facility in the Peaks, you see, and so the likelihood that Kryl being there is quite high. Dealing with the cannon, of course, is the main objective, but if there's a chance to rescue Kryl, I would never forgive myself if I didn't take it. Where are we at? 3 quests to the dungeon. To review, we're to travel to Radiata, make contact. There's the intel. That's cool. How did Master Tarapin convince them to turn and go? Well, you know. The passcode is courage. That's a... Actually, sorry, the oh god, what's that called? It's a type of passcode that's used a lot in military affairs. You say something, and I have to say something in direct response to it. It's a challenge response thing. I forget what that's actually called. Unless it's just challenge response. But anyways. How do you tell him turncoat? So your bosses just fired on you. Huh. Is it call and respond? Ah, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm talking about. So, onwards. Ba-ba-da-ba. What in God's name? Are those actually legs? Do you have legs? You do have legs. How do you stay up on that? Okay, whatever. Not gonna question it. Not gonna question it. We'll go to the other side of the gate here. There we go. So it looks like Giga Pudding is out. Lilith might be here. Serona will be here. Unfortunately, I have Jorian. And I definitely say it that way on purpose. I am not impressed with Blue Mage in 14 at all. Now, granted, it is better than it used to be. It used to be awful. But it's just, I'm not impressed with it. We will be reviewing it in full at some point. I'm actually not sure when. But it will be a thing. It'll be one of the optional sections. I mentioned there's like a miscellaneous category for the pattern we've been using. That would be an unceremonious ending to our tale. It's just two dudes. Of course, there were still soldiers looking about. Fortunately, they're no match for Lise. Of course, in light of a recent encounter, it'd be prudent to proceed with caution. I mean, yes. Caution! I mean, there's a free trial, Death Eagle. It's a pretty good trial, too. Not that I'm trying to convince you, it's just a statement of fact. I've gotten several people to at least try this game out, based entirely on that trial. It's a really good trial. Good luck, classic game lover. Yeah, I'm not even memeing. I mean, everyone memes the trial, haha memes. But no, it is a legit trial. WoW needs this trial. Guild Wars 2 needs this trial. Like, this is a really good trial. More MMOs should apply this trial methodology. It's legit. By the way, I should probably mention, you're probably wondering why WoW doesn't apply this trial. Now, I know the excuse, but I'm saying it that way because I don't think it's actually true. The excuse is that WoW has a bit of an issue with bots and people making trial accounts to be bots, and so they don't want to encourage that, and that's why the actual WoW trial is so severely limited. Here's the thing. Yeah, A, you can't get away from the bots. It is impossible. That's life. Okay? Problem number two with that reasoning. For those of you not aware, WoW's trial does something similar to FF14's trial. There's a lot of specific actions you can't do in the trial to try to limit bots and, of course, you know, gold, what do they call them? Money laundering accounts from using it. WoW already does that, as FF14 does, so those restrictions are already there. So none of the complaints are actually valid, is what I'm trying to say. There's nothing preventing them from expanding the WoW trial and leaving the existing limitations that are already there in place, and therefore you can just experience WoW, you know, up to Shadowlands would probably be a good way to do it. And there you go, right? I'm actually hopeful they will do this in sometime in the near future, because there's effectively nothing preventing them from doing so. Looks like it's safe to enter. I don't see any Imperials. I don't see smoke anymore. Do you think they fixed the cannon already? I hope not. 2 quests from the dungeon. Alphino said we were looking for Rogadin woman, right? Oh, we should answer a question with courage. Alright, let's go. Yeah, so the way WoW works, it's got its own kind of system. So first of all, WoW is totally free forever and everything, up to level 20. That's where their trial terminates. So you can download WoW right now and just go play WoW up to 20, and with the limitations of the trial, none of that costs you anything. You can then spend in-game gold to purchase a sub, and you can pay it per month with the in-game gold, which, that's a whole other topic, let's not get into that, but that is an option. And then you can sub, and then you can go ahead and play the rest of the game, and then you're good, and all those restrictions are lifted. But if for whatever reason your sub goes away, all those characters are still there, but you can't play any of them unless they're lower level than 20. So your account basically gets put back down to the level 20 trial status. So your level 15, or your 15 you can still play, but your level 55 you can't play anymore. If that makes sense. She has to be around here somewhere. Where could she be? Where could she be? Okay. I should probably mention that level 20... So what Rax is mentioning is a true statement. You know, level 20 wasn't enough to really understand. Well, now the trial is much better. Because remember, nowadays the levels got smashed down from 110 to 60. So 20 levels is actually a fairly decent chunk of content now. I should probably mention that I don't know what the current WoW level trial is, because they did change things. Let's actually just look it up really quick, because I'm actually curious. What do we got here? Nope, it still says level 20. But again, level 20 is substantially more than it used to be. Like, level 20 is effectively 2 full expansions worth of content. And if you remember, you get to pick which expansions you get to go to, which is still an awesome thing, I just want to say. Let's see here. Looks like, okay, this is the other thing I was curious about. Looks like the trial does not come with access to WoW Classic. Which, that's actually a weird choice. I'm not sure I agree with that. Because I would make the trial give access to WoW Classic as well, probably up to, say, 40. Would probably work for WoW Vanilla. Ain't seen you around before. Takes a certain kind of man to walk into this place uninvited. One with courage, I suppose. Well, that's a short supply of days. Better keep your head down. Call me a coward too if you like, because I'll not speak on it more, at least not here. Okay. Yeah, frankly, so I was going to mention one other thing, because someone says, you know, all this stuff is baked in. The way it works is, in WoW, you buy the expansion, right? But every time a new expansion comes out, all the previous expansions get baked into WoW. So, I'm explaining that wrong, but what I mean by that is if you were to start WoW now, there are only 2 things you would have to buy. Actually, sorry, one thing you'd have to buy. Shadowlands. Because everything else is baked into it, right? So my point here is if they were to expand the trial, expand it to everything but the current expansion. Just, there you go. Here's WoW, up through BFA. Done. Thank you, Loner. Very much, as always. God, yeah, it has been 3 years since then, hasn't it? I miss Platy. I know, I'm downer. That's a 30-year anniversary sub, so we'll put those $30 towards something Platy put. I'll look that up later, because I'm not sure off the top of my head. The only one I know off the top of my head is Empire of Sin, and I don't know if you've already put money towards that. But I'm going to bow again for 3 years. Thank you. Very much, as always. Sorry, when I say 30, what I mean is I multiply the year by 10 for anniversary sub. So that is a 30 sub, by which I mean $30 is going towards a game in question. That's what I mean by that. So a 1 year is a 10 sub, a 2 years a 20 sub, a 3 years a 30 sub, etc. Well, that's a relief. Or a trap. I'll go let Alpha know and Alize know. And by the way, at the rate we're going, we might actually reach, I'd say, El Amigo before the lunch break, which means we might be able to do El Amigo after the lunch break, which would actually be pretty good timing for the schedule. So, FYI, for anybody wanting to be there for El Amigo or the Royal Menagerie, that will most likely be after the lunch break, which, for a bit of perspective, is about 2.5 hours from now. Ah, D&D it up, Rax. It's okay. As long as you're there for the menagerie. All of you, is it? Let's get to it. Name yourselves. We're the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, friends of Marshal Tarpon. Name's Stark Woad. The rest of you know or we wouldn't be here. This is about the cannon, isn't it? Just so. Can you tell us what happened? I overheard soldiers talking. The cerulean pipeline fueling the cannon was destroyed by an unidentified male insurgent, they said. One man single-handedly disabled the cannon? That beggars belief. Nevertheless, that's what they said. It took a while, but they finally put the fires out, and the engineers have been working day and night to repair it. Wish I could tell you more, but the incident to make everyone has everyone jumping at shadows, and I'm afraid to say more. To make matters worse, Alamigan help has been sent home indefinitely, so the cannon could already be fully operational. We need to sneak inside. We need to do the dungeon! Tell us where the entrance to the dungeon is. We got this. We're gonna do the dungeon. I don't understand the logic, Von Falkenstein. Like, 3 years is 3 times 10. So it's 30. Where are you getting 20 from? Forgive me, but I feel like I'm missing something here, you know? I tell you, some of these resistant folk won't see the forest for the trees. Ambushing the occasional patrol won't change a damn thing. Infiltrating and learning the secrets, on the other hand. Thanks to brave men and women like her, we still have a chance to win this war. Yeah. It reminds me of how everyone's like, Doma is free. No. Doma has taken the first step to freedom. Doma's not free. Lore, you and your ever-dependable allies. Speaking of which, anybody who wants to be there for Castrum Abania, the FF6 dungeon. Yeah, that's a good way to put that, Dakota. Doma has returned to contested status. Hello. That just spawned in my face. 1 through 100. Give me the number. And I have rolled it. That's okay. These dice, I swear to God. Hey, writing. I do the same thing, Von Falkenstein. Especially in puzzle games. I'm like, oh, obviously I need to do this and this and that and that and this and that. And people are like, no, Lore, it's really simple. No, listen, all I have to do is these 15 things. What is this button? Oh, right. Of course I have access to that at this level. The FF6 dungeon is happening probably in about 5 minutes here, give or take. Oh yeah, D10s are pretty legit, I agree. That's true. That's true, Ross. Although if I'm still streaming in 30 years, I will happily take that. Where does it... Oh, there's where it keeps track, under the sword. I should probably make that bigger. Sorry, that's a new ability, so I'm not quite used to that one yet. Just gonna shuffle this over here, make that a little bit more obvious. There we go. Okay. Join us, Death Eagle. Well, obviously you can't physically join us, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I gotta say, Twitch isn't 30 years old. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and unlock the dungeon after I kill these things. Let's see, who guessed numbers? We have Omega Legion, Sirona, and Rax. And that's actually... Oh, no, and Paranoid. Paranoid, what's your character? Whoops, wrong button. Well, it depends. How old is Twitch? Kind of depends on when you define the beginning of Twitch. Since it used to be called Justin. Justin TV, remember that? Are we there? Nope. Oh, sorry, I got a stand watch right here. It's okay, in 30 years I'll control Twitch. You watch. Ralgar, I knew you were good, but I never expected you to defeat them so swiftly. Yeah, sorry. Lore is the finest warrior I know. I guess he doesn't know Xenos. And we're not at Xenos' level. Yet. No, I will also own Disney, because obviously that's the easiest path to progression. Just take over Disney and win. Actually, that would be funny. I am emperor of the entire world. But Twitch is just over there twitching it up. Alright, there we go. Now we're up to the dungeon. Okay, so... Hang on, if I missed that... 1, 2... Did only 3 people sign up? Omega Legion, Rax, Zed Slayer, and Sirona. Okay, so never mind. There's one person who will not be out. Which will be whatever the lowest number is, because the number was actually 85. So it looks like, Rax, you get to bow out of this one. Now, Zed Slayer's in another party. But we'll go ahead and get Sirona in here, and Lilith, obviously. Thank you, as usual, for joining. I'm going to wait to see what Zed Slayer's going to say, and if she's not in for it, then I'll drag Rax in. Okay. Grab. Cool. I can tank if I have to? Question mark. This is a fun dungeon. Okay, now we've got 2 tanks. No, we're not up to Omega yet. This... Wrong thing. We're storming the Ibania. Okay. Ready check. I like how it still says Zed in the ready check is a ninja, or a monk, excuse me, whereas, you know, she's clearly a warrior. Alright. Oh, hey, I can actually do this now. Minimum, Silence Echo. Then... Castrum Ibania, there it is. Yeah, this dungeon kind of sucks to pug, I agree with that. But I get it a lot, so whatever. Hopefully Classic Game Lover is at least listening, so you can hear the FF6 dungeon. Because this is the FF6 dungeon. That's probably why I get it so often in roulettes, Rex. People queuing specifically for it. The second boss, people tend to have absolutely no idea how to deal with it, in my experience. I usually make it a point nowadays of actually saying, here's how you do the second boss. Yay! I'm even a dancing partner. Everything is awesome. Peekaboo. So these stupid gorillas right here suck so badly. You'll notice I'm immediately focus firing the gorilla. These things hurt like a truck. It's more so in the next dungeon, but these things suck. Pick up group is what PUG stands for. It essentially means anything that's not a prefab, aka when you're just grouping with random people. It is the tonal opposite of a prefab. Like, we're a prefab right now. And I only say that because I know some people don't understand what I mean when I say prefab, so there you go. I think FF14 term for a prefab is a static, I think. And again, I'm just focus firing because of course I am! Even though my AoE rotation's actually pretty neat, screw that mess. Notice how they're designing the trash, though. It's mostly small groups, but each of the individual trash mobs is actually pretty contestuous. In other words, each of these trash mobs is something substantial and or significant. Whoa, I pulled aggro. Holy crap. Come on, use your abilities. There we go. Enjoy the breakfast. I demand to know what that breakfast is, and not just because I'm hungry. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Alright, so yeah, let's hit some questions while we're doing dungeons. Let's see. Have I ever tried Godus? I've never even heard of that. If you're given reins of the DC comic story, everything you do is permanent. What's the first thing you do? Kill Superman! No, that's a joke. That's a joke. That's a really good question, actually. Damn it. Stop AoEing where I'm trying to stand. Good music, too, by the way. And we're already to our first boss. So, This is the Mag Rotor. This one actually isn't a boss in FF6, it's a regular enemy. Excuse me, a Magna Rotor. So, bit of a weapons testing facility kind of thing going on here, because Hojo. Listen, misery is all that matters in life. Oh, I need to be over here for this. Oh, that sounds really good. I've decided that I hate you, Rex. Nothing personal. So there's our unavoidable. Then there's this attack, which is kind of exactly what it looks like. And then there's this fun thing. And then the trash shows up and takes over the cannons. This is actually kind of cool the way this works out. Just gonna press dead slayer with that. So once the cannon... Oh, I guess I'm doing it. Never mind. Once the cannon's taken over, you can use it. Once you use it, you knock out the enemy, and that stops the boss from doing the runs around mechanic. So you actually have to knock the boss out of that particular phase. Hey, Dr. Winter. Reapply. It is a fun attack. The boss just kind of zooms around because the boss is a freaking motorcycle. It's a Magna Rotor. You know, it's literally its hands and feet are... It's a tricycle, you know, they're wheels. Oh, it totally did, Von Falkenstein. And they've been unabashed about it ever since, which I'm actually okay with. Like I said, I don't mind fan service as long as you do something good with it. Damn it! Someone looted. I was about to give you marks for not looting. Everyone's banned for looting. Alright. I don't know what I would do with DC. 10-year type. So, okay. This is a mechanic from the World of Darkness. Kill the thing before it deploys the ads. Pretty basic. I have only rarely gotten all 4 before they deploy, and that was only with a pug, which obviously we're not. But 3 is pretty good for minimum eye level. Good job. But yeah, you notice they are still augmenting people inside there. They're called Hypertunes. As a fresh reminder, the last boss of the Doma Castle was Greenwatt, hypertuned. So this is where they were doing the experiments that led to his augmentation. I hesitate to even use that word, but I don't know what else to call it. And there's a Pugs, by the way. See? Also an FF6 villain, by the way. Or trash mob, rather, if you know what I mean. Was Vaughn ever a good character in FF12? Yes. In fact, whenever we do a re-audit run of that, he will get at least 2 positives. Really. I think they could have done it better, but, you know. Notice that we're getting a little bit better into enemy variety here, too. We're not quite there yet, but it's definitely better enemy variety than, frankly, each expansion prior to now, especially when it comes to trash design. Which FF story has the lowest stakes? Arguably 1, but no. Really, it would probably be 2. Or 12. Or 10, depending on how you define that. So, here we go again with this nonsense. But I was ready for this. I've got a big thing in your face! Goodbye. Tactics is also fairly low tier, too. Notice how this time they actually deploy the trash before we finish with the capsules, to try and distract us from killing them in time. Oh, 65% on the last one. That's quite good. Good job. Everyone except for me. I sucked, obviously. No, yeah, it's good. It's actually pretty good trash design. Like I said, I like this dungeon. Unabashedly. And not just because of the FF6 references. Although, so when I was very first coming here... Oh, we totally would have, Sterling. You're absolutely right. When I was first doing this dungeon, I think it was Valvedrix who was like, oh, you're going to love this dungeon. I'm like, why? You'll see. Oh. Speaking of, you remember this guy, right? This is a boss back in the Magitech Research Facility. Number 24. So this is the boss that Pugs apparently can't understand. That I was referencing earlier. Whoops, I screwed that up. Come on, Lore. Sucks slightly less. Yeah, this boss is pretty easy because it has a tower mechanic, which of course most people don't understand. But hang on, there's actually another mechanic which is even better. Check this out. Fire, lightning, ice. What do we hit him with? Now there's two ways to see this. You can see what his cup run is over with, or you can just check his debuffs, which will show up in a second here. See that? Reflecting back all lightning and ice stuff, so we need to be in fire. Now, he's standing over there, so I can't do any damage to him, so I'm just going to do this for a minute. This is actually it. This is the whole boss, those two mechanics. Apparently you don't have to stand in them. Huh. I didn't know that. I legitimately did not know that. That's funny. Oh, whatever. Now what? I'm gonna hold the fire and ice. So we want lightning now. Boop. I'm just gonna get hit by all of that because I wasn't looking at the screen. So my DPS is gonna be a little bit low for this fight. So we actually had a massive comment, and by comment I mean discussion about that, Jorian. And forgive me for not going through the whole discussion again. It boils down to this. WoW and FF14 have fundamentally different boss design because WoW has a dungeon journal. So you can actually read up on mechanics, and so they can do anything. They can do whatever they want with a boss because they can expect that within the game is the information to defeat the boss, right? Hidden mechanics, randomness, etc., right? This game doesn't do that, or at least it doesn't do that usually. When it does do that, I give it a negative because it's actually arguably bad design. Instead, what this game tends to do is what we saw with the Lakshmi fight, right? Here are the mechanics of the boss tutorialized in the boss itself. You know, Eden 8, I think it is probably one of my favorite examples of that in boss design. Now, is that good or bad? That's up to you, but obviously I've given my opinion by the mere virtue of the fact that I give a negative to any boss that doesn't tutorialize itself properly in FF14. Like the boss we just saw. Not only do you have a buff, which you can read, which shows your aspect, but the boss has a debuff, which you can read, which shows which buff he's hit, and he himself says, here's what I am not weak to. So, in other words, in FF14, in the boss fight, in the encounter itself, you have all the tools you actually need in order to tell what to use on that particular fight. No need for the dungeon journal. For the record, I should probably mention that I actually don't have a preference between these two approaches. I think they both work, and I think they're both different. My opinion. It is a shame we will never get the truly unique boss fights in FF14, because you effectively can't. But there's still some really good, enjoyable boss fights in 14, so it's not like it's a loss. Shrug. So this is fun. Here's a fun little trash fight. I'll actually like the way they do this. Here's a bunch of littles, and one really big. And he hits like a truck, as you're already seeing if you're paying attention. Exactly, Jorian. Exactly right. WoW basically... So I should mention that most of what I'm talking about is more later on than earlier. But WoW tends to be capable of doing so much more. But FF14, you know, is much better for someone who's never done this stuff before. Pretty much from Kata onwards is when they really started leaning into unique boss fights. to give you a bit of perspective. Just like how FF14 didn't really lean into this mechanic until Stormblood. Same general concept. Congrats, classic game lover. And you're in time for the end of the FF6 dungeon. So, you remember Hojo? I don't even remember his in-game name. Rawless, something like that. Well, here's Inferno, aka number, I forget what. Owlus. Anyways, it's Hojo. I don't remember if he pops out now, but I'm pretty sure he's in this fight somewhere. Well, either way. So here's Inferno. I don't remember where I'm at in my rotation here. There we go. Just eat it. Ah. So he gets pumped up, gets all boisterous and bulby, because that's gross. Now his left arm is stronger, which means half the attacks he's been doing are going to be meaner from now on. Speaking of which, I need to not be in front of him. I think FF14 does take risks because they can afford to. I absolutely wish FF14 would take even more risks because they can afford to. I mean, you've heard me several times talk about how much I wish they would just commit to an entire expansion of let's just catch up on the tech debt. That is a risk if they were to approach that. There we go. But I absolutely think they should. I don't know what the game is, Von Falkenstein, so I don't know. Until I do my due diligence on the feasibility test, I have no idea. Correct, classic game lover. We fought number 24 as well as a Magna Rotor. So now his other arm's getting all blooped up. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Gross, gross, gross. Although we're gonna crush him before he actually does anything here. Yeah, we're gonna kill the ones that aren't ours, and then we're gonna try to kill this thing before he brings Lyle over here to reload it. Not that we have to, because we're absolutely wrecking this boss. Power of prefabs, am I right? And down. Good job, everyone. Good run. Honestly, we just absolutely shreked that dungeon. I almost feel bad. This dungeon can be mean. It just wasn't. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Yeah, no, like I said, I get this dungeon a lot on roulette. Probably because people are specifically queuing for it for leveling.
Are you alright?
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
Ah, I think that answers my question. We've accomplished our objectives as well.
Lisa's unit should be advancing upon the fire control center in the command tower. Let us join them.
So the goal now is to get through the next 8 quests before we hit the lunch break. I would love to start up with Alamigo as soon as we come back from the lunch break. We'll see. We'll see how long these are. I know there's a solo dungeon or solo duty in this. I hope so, Giga Pudding.
Thank the 12 you're all right.
As usual, my preferred approach is as soon as we finish the MSQ to start hitting up the optional stuff, so that would mean Omega and Ivalice, as well as the 4 lords in this case.
And you. There's the control center. Let's hit them hard and fast. Ready?
That's funny, Torian. You heard me, classic game lover. Hi, Fordola.
They're here! It was you, wasn't it? I gave the order to fire.
It was over! The Skulls had surrendered, no one else had to die, and you killed them! Your own people! Your own comrades!
You're right! I killed them. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn, all the rest. Trained and fought with every last one of them. Good soldiers to a man.
Weird. This is gonna sound weird, but I think Lisa's voice actress, who's mostly not good, you'll notice I haven't even given her a plus so far, does decently well with this specific cutscene. There's just an undercurrent there.
I gave the order that led to their deaths. And I knew exactly what I was doing.
Although maybe I'm biased because Fordola nails this scene. The actress.
But why? Why would you do that?
They died so that all Animegans could live free. That was all we ever wanted. We made a promise that we would do whatever it took, so that one day the Imperials would learn to accept us.
I love the Imperial soldiers just standing there watching.
But everything comes at a price. And if you haven't got the means to pay, then you pay with blood. Service guarantees citizenship, but citizenship guarantees naught. It's not enough to do your part, oh no. You have to run faster, fight harder, kill more and more and more, and only then will you be equal. That's just how it is out here in the provinces. You buy your freedom with blood. There is no other way.
Remember I talked about the extent and the massively messed up caste system the Garlemald Empire practices? I'm not going to rehash that. All I want to do is remind one additional thing that I specifically didn't mention then because I wanted to save it for now. Even if you buy Roman Garlean citizenship, even if you work your way up to the point of being considered legally a citizen, that's only legally. That has nothing to do with the bias inherent in the system. You are a lesser thereafter forevermore in the eyes of most Garleans. Maybe I shouldn't say most, but that's certainly a decent percentage of the Garleans. There are exceptions. We know Xenos doesn't give a damn because he doesn't care about anything. We know Gaius was very against that because he was very adamant about throwing that system out the window. But how many other exceptions are there to that rule? And so what Fordola is doing is giving us a personal insight into exactly how messed up that system is once again. Even though she bought citizenship with military service, she was still looked down upon because she wasn't Garlean. She was legally Garlean.
Shut up! Shut your mouth! You don't get to talk about freedom! You killed your own! They trusted you, and you killed them!
Now, I know this sounds weird, but part of why I like Lise here is because she is... I don't want to say she's stupid, but she's so simple-minded that she legitimately doesn't understand. That it never occurs to her that there are... naive. It doesn't even occur to her why she might have done something or why she might have gone a direction. And I agree, most of the time Lisa's naivete is a little bit irritating. But this scene right here works, in my opinion, because this is... As weird as it's going to sound, this is not a Lise scene. This is a Fordola scene. Fordola needs someone this naive, this 404, thought process not found, in order to smash Fordola in the face with reality. Because Fordola has been just kind of dealing with it, and dealing with it, and dealing with it, and going farther and farther and farther with it as much as she needs to. And so she needed something to Control-C her thought process, and that's exactly what Lisa's doing here.
Murderer! Butcher! Traitor!
I know what you can do. I've already seen it.
Agreed, Blade Travol.
Alize!
Unfortunately, we're being held up by the trash over here.
Even so, the odds are against me.
Yeah, you can't stop us, Fordola. Even at this point, we are still higher tier than you.
Coward! Get back here!
You don't like my sword, Zed Slayer? I love this sword. It was even suggested to me. I didn't even know it existed. I'm not even gonna question that.
Lord Xenos invites you to join him for the royal hunt, to be hosted at the palace. You may bring your horde, if you like. All are welcome.
I've heard that too, Jorian. I don't remember where. That might have been a theory. I don't know if it's canon or not. Agreed, Rax. Fordola's legit.
She'll be all right, but we'll need to carry her. Will you help me?
So, believe it or not,
Lise, I leave matters here in your hands.
this is one of the least cutscene incompetent scenes we've had in a while, my opinion. It's still not quite perfect, but they did at least do some due diligence on showcasing why this is going the way it was. Oh, really? I didn't know the Four Lords scene. Confirm that. Although, I'm going to go and admit something. Please don't hate me. I've never seen the cutscenes for the Four Lords series, so I don't know the lore of that sequence. And if you're asking why, well, remember when I was doing that. That was part of the gap there, when I was just, let's go! I was just trying to unlock stuff. Fun fights, by the way. I do like the combat. It's just... My patience was gone at that point in history. So it'll be kind of a new thing when we do the Four Lords on camera, because I don't know the story for them. Oh, they would have crushed us like a bug, Trihexia. We would have never had a chance to go to Doma. Doma would have never been able to get free, and we never would have been able to take anything in Girabania. They would have crushed us. Captain, Commander Hext, fine work you did today. After Specula Imperatoris, we needed a resounding victory. Yep, that's how that works. As usual, Raban is a leader, not just a commander. Going back to what I talked about earlier. I'm glad, I really am, but you should know that Alize was injured in the fighting. You might like this one, Death Eagle. Like I said, it's got a free trial. Give it a shot. Remember that the early parts of the game suck, as they always do. Just keep that in mind. And that's the advice I give. I've given that advice to everyone I've suggested FF14, and I've actually suggested a lot of people to play FF14. Including my sister. Unfortunately, the two people I play MMOs with will never play this MMO again, which does kind of suck. Anyways. Lise is still trying to cope with the fact that Alize was hurt, because she is not a leader or a commander. How come? Because this is a solo MMO. I haven't told this story yet, because I keep waiting for the time in which I quit the game to tell this story. But let's just say that by the time we're at now, Gary had already quit. And Pax put the game down right after me. So, the order of quitting the game went Gary, me, Pax. Because we were all just kind of sick of the solo-only thing. And why sick of it? I mean, it was actually getting us... I guess I said I'd tell this story later, but we got into an actual argument over this. And because at first what Gary thought was happening was we were bailing on him, which is obviously a pretty big faux pas for our group, because the three of us have been playing MMOs together since the 90s. So for us, what Gary thought was happening was Pax and I were getting ahead of him. But it wasn't, because it's solo-only stuff. And so Gary was actually legitimately angry, and, there was actual shouting involved, until we explained it to him, and he redirected all that anger at us towards the game. And Gary put the game down in specific, I'll even tell you the exact zone. It was the Ruby Sea. He was over here in the MSQ. He was doing this stuff right here. And he was here. We were one step past him. We were over in Yangxia. And, or Yangtze, or however the hell you're supposed to pronounce that. And he was just, I'm out, and he's never come back, and I don't expect he ever will. He's never even mentioned the idea of coming back to it. PAX went on a little bit longer. I'll tell the rest of the story when we get there. And I would agree with that, Pyro. Even ARR was a net positive. Remember, it was like 90-something on the golden number? It had a lot of negatives, but the positives did drag it up. In that positive. Captain Lise, I brought you here for a reason. Oh, I don't remember what he was playing. I mean, I remember the character, I just don't remember what he looked like.
I wanted to show you this house. My house.
You mean this is where you grew up?
Aye. Not much to look at, is it?
The character name would be Parsayeska, if that helps, Valvatrix.
Same could be said of the village. It was damn near impossible to live off the land, barren as it was, which is why so many of us traded our plowshares for swords. Swords and uniforms, mind. We became military men. Tensions were rising between Alamigo and the Empire, and there was always a need for more soldiers to watch the border. It was only a matter of time before the first skirmishes broke out. It's a frightening thing to face Magitech armor for the first time. But after a lot of trial and error, I found ways to bring them down. After a few victories, people even said I had a knack for it. And then one day they hit us. Hard. I was wounded and sent home to recover. Back here.
Will you remain silent for fear of the Mad King's vengeance? Of his eyes and ears in the shadows and his knives in the dark? You who call this living dishonor our nation. It is but a slow death.
Yeah, by the way, they don't say much about the Mad King, but I'm going to give you 2 bits of visual storytelling about the Mad King. The second is later. We're actually getting pretty close to that. But the first is, you know those scenes where Xenos is sitting bored on his throne? That throne was the Mad King's throne. That giant ostentatious nonsense was what he put together. In this land, which isn't exactly a prosperous land to begin with.
Liberty or death? Liberty or death! If this be your creed, then raise up your hands, raise up your voices! Together we will tear Theodoric from the throne! Together we will reclaim our freedom! Send you home to men, did they?
Aye, sir. Garlean's got the better of us. The chirurgeons say I'm healing well, so it won't be long now.
Liberty or death, is it? Tell me, soldier. What do you think those words mean?
We must needs be willing to die for liberty.
Spoken like a true patriot. But liberty should not be the end in of itself. Liberty is a chance to build something better. A stronger, more prosperous home for our people. It's not quick or easy work. And it is never truly finished. But if you neglect it, then sooner or later, you look up to find you've traded one tyrant for another.
Well, sir, I've never asked for much. Never wanted to live like a king, just wish it were a little bit easier is all. For me and everyone else. And I'm willing to die for that, if that's what it takes.
Dying is easy, soldier. Living is harder. Rest, mend. Regain your strength. You'll need it in the days to come. And mayhap one day we will need it too.
Conrad chose you as his successor, Lys, and I will not gainsay his decision. I have but one question to ask. Liberty or death? Those were Curtis's words and his creed. Will you swear by your father's creed before your comrades and the gods?
Liberty or death. That's all you can hope for in war. Father understood that. And you want to know if I do too. I swear to you, here and now, I will fight until the end. Be it liberty or be it death. But the freedom we win must be for every Alamegan, even ones like Fordola, though they may hate us, and the Ananta, though they may fear us. We'll fight, and we'll talk, and we'll find a way to make it work for all of us. Compared to all that, retaking our home will seem like the easy part.
A good oath. And there is naught else to say. You are indeed your father's daughter.
Yeah, the phrase liberty or death predates the existence of the colonies of America, so yeah, no. Obviously, English, no, but, you know, regardless of the language being spoken. To be thrust into a position of authority under such circumstances, to be made responsible for the lives of so many, it isn't easy. And when you see your friend get cut down before your eyes, it only gets harder. I'll wager she thought Alize was dead for a moment back there. 'Tis one thing to risk your life for a cause, but to risk that of another is a burden no soldier is ever truly ready to shoulder. The fear, the guilt, it weighs on her, and that's good. It'll make her a better commander, but she needs to learn to carry it, not let it break her. Then she'd be Archer. I understand. He's been away for a long time, probably wants to be alone for a while. Let's head back. Okay. Honestly, I think a lot of nations have idealized versions of each other, which is funny because most nations also have, you know, substantially worse versions of each other. Stereotypes in both directions, you know. So, we're being watched. Da-na-na-na. Oh, absolutely, Fife. Roban is, like I said, Roban is an actual leader, not merely a commander. He just also happens to be good at both. Lys is neither, but I don't mean, as I said earlier, and Pyro, unfortunately, I think missed my entire discussion about Lys as a character. Lys is neither, but I don't mean that as an insult. Somehow she's seen us, sought it. Dead's as good as alive to the Imperials. Okay. Hi. Listen. How are you? Okay. So, if Deads are as good as alive, Then enjoy. I do stand by the one negative I've given Lise. It's not really her, but, you know, whatever. Don't worry, it was today, Canada Bangs. Oh, you're fine, Death Eagle. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm not trying to be like, you're dumb and stupid, Death Eagle. No, again, I'm not a typical streamer, I swear. They're Alamegan, not even conscripts by the look of it, barely adults. In fact, some of their faces look familiar. Wait, they're from Radiata. They probably thought the Imperials would reward them if they captured or killed us. Oh gods, Elise, Alphino, they're in trouble. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what the negative was for, Pyro. I don't... Yeah, the document's pretty big, so I don't expect you to go pouring through it. I feel like they misused what is otherwise a good character in several aspects of the expansion, and that's one of them. Like, hey, you're a leader now. No. No. What's this all about? You two look ready for a fight. We were ambushed by villagers. We thought they might have attacked you. Are you all right? We're fine. The twins are at Stark's. Elise is asleep. I'm sorry, you were ambushed by villagers? Oh my god. Lise, Laura, we overheard you talk. Yeah, no kidding, Dakota. The ones that attacked you, they were young, less than 20 summers? I thought so. It's always the young ones, the ones who have ever only known the occupation. They're the ones you gotta look out for. See, the only decent work to be found in Radiata is for the Imperials, and everyone knows it. Children grow up knowing it. They have it pounded into their skulls. The best they can hope for is to serve an Imperial officer. Bloody fools. After everything we've seen us accomplish, they ought to be begging to fight the Resistance, not against us. They've been living in the shadow of the Castellan their whole lives. A few victory won't change that. Yeah, well. The ones that don't fight back but refuse to beg, they just starve. Beat the dog that bites the master's hand, ignore the dog that refuses to do the bidding. In the end, the ones that learn to abide are the ones that survive. Now, you may say that's all about to change, and I believe you. But a young man or woman who grew up knowing only what he knows has every reason to right to doubt. Remember that. Do what you have to if it comes to, but remember that. Okay, I mean, I did murder their faces off, but, you know, that was kind of a self-defense thing. I can't imagine how you must feel, but I want you to know many of us here are grateful for what you did at Abania. I'll never get used to it, killing my own countrymen. The heat of battle, it's either you or them, but after, when you've had time to think about it. What's a countryman? Remember, I don't have a home. In lore, even. Elise will make a full recovery, but I doubt she'll be well enough to take the field. I've been thinking, if Elise needs more time to heal, maybe we should move her to Vralgar's Reach. She can receive much better care there, after all. Our infirmary's probably the best place of her. Let's send her there. Okay. Yeah, I like the idea. So, okay. I've mentioned before how we all have our own little ideas of what our Warrior of Light is. For me, mine has always been very observant and precise. I mentioned both of those things specifically because, you know, someone comes at me and I am good enough to be able to just whack them on the side of the heads with my blade instead of impale them on it. Whap! Or to rearrange the quote slightly, a truly good soldier doesn't need to kill. Because they're good enough to not have to kill. So I like to think that for those people, it'd be like, what? Ah! You go attack him. What? Ah! What the hell? You require assistance? Very well. We'll make ready to receive the patient at once. Give me a hand, would you? There. All crisp and freshly laundered. We're here. Is everything in order? Oh. Right, we're bringing her in. All of the bosses, trash mobs, and overall style of the dungeon was enemies from Final Fantasy VI, specifically the Magitech Research Facility. Honestly, Alpha, you needn't have gone to all this trouble. What can I say? It seemed a good way to discourage you from limping off to battle when my back was turned. Listen to Orella, please. You need your rest. I know, I know. Any news of Kryl? She'll be cross if you make her wait too long. As will I. Chilling prospect indeed. I'll find her, sister. I'll fight twice as hard for both of us. Laura leans in. You mean me, right? Okay, cool. They're good together when they're not at each other's throats. I miss that feeling. Laura, I have a favor to ask. Would you mind waiting outside? Okay. No, could you imagine fighting Kafka in this game, Death Eagle? I mean, that'd be cool, but... Yeesh. How would you explain that one? In FF4, Paranoid Android? There's no Osmophoid in FF4, but there is an Osmophite in FF14, and that was back during Heavensward. It was part of the Duneskaith raid series, the 12-man series, or the 12-man, sorry, the 24-man series, the Alliance raids. Oh, hey! She's finally changed her outfit. I just wanted to be sure, Paranoid Android, because there's been some weird references over the years.
Sorry to have kept you waiting.
She's a dancer now!
Well, what do you think? I know it's a bit old-fashioned, but in a traditional sort of way, Ida wore it whenever she could. Not that I'm pretending to be her or anything. Not again. It's just... if this is the last battle we fight to free Alamigo, then she ought to be a part of it.
And yeah, this outfit, in my opinion, is way better than the previous two. So I will honestly say, yeah, that outfit suits you.
It's nice of you to say so. And a bit embarrassing. But mostly nice.
Listen.
Anyway, the real reason I asked you here was to sneak in a warm-up before the final battle.
You want to duel me?
There's this place I know where monks used to spar as part of their training. Care to join me?
Well, alright, but I forgot to change class because I forgot we were already there. Yes, this is the cinematic, if you're wondering. So to answer Death Eagle briefly, there is a sort of flex system in this game, but it's not really good, to be completely blunt. It has some pretty serious issues, and it's not something I would rely on. In general, you want to have the group in question. Damn it! Yeah, well. So then the cinematic scene happens, and we're just going to pretend I was a monk for this, because I forgot to change. That's on me. And we crush her like a bug. Speaking of which, I should switch to monk anyway, since we're back here. Hang on. Hammer. There it is. I wish I could label these, but whatever. Maybe we got a little carried away, but you have to admit that was fun. Thank you, you're the best kind of friend. The kind that's not afraid to knock some sense into you. Okay. You and Alpha, go ahead. I need to talk strategy. That might take a while. I'm sorry. I'm picturing Lise, and I don't even mean this as an insult. I'm picturing Lise being like, alright, so we need to attack the enemy. Should we attack them where they're strong? Or where they're weak? Or both? Or neither? There you are. What was it Lise wanted? Nothing much. A sparring match on the Destroyer's palm. I would have liked to see that. Just go watch the cinematic. But she's right. We have lingered long enough. I'm ready to depart when you are. Take care, you two. You better not rise from that bed until you're given express permission to do so. Urianger is paying a visit soon. He's already worried enough as is. We have a long road ahead of us. Yeah, I know. For some reason, Ardbert was in the cinematic. I don't know what that's all about. God, really? Okay, whatever. Well, we got a bit of a trip here. Just a minute or two. So let's answer some questions. What do we got here? So Paranoid asked about the Ozma fight. Someone in chat mentioned this as well. It's worth noting. You can get an Ozma mount, but that's actually in Eureka. I don't actually know the specifics because screw Eureka, but that's where that's from. Let's see. So Canada Bangs asked a question earlier, which I kind of answered, but then they clarified. Do they think they should take more risks with our character? I'm curious what you mean by that, if you don't mind clarifying. Disco says, do you give any negatives for enemy recolors in the overworld? It's distracting and disappointing. I honestly haven't even noticed it, so I'm going to have to go with no on that one. I apologize. Which FF story has the highest stakes? Asked Paranoid Android. 9 comes to mind immediately, because 9 is kind of a multi-dimensional, multi-planetary kind of a thing. So... like, 9 was pretty high stakes. Yeah, and yeah, this one too, for the same general reason. A rapier wit remains undulled, for better or worse. Has there been any development in our absence? I am proud to say Castro Mabani is now wholly under our control. At present, we're taking stock of any supplies and redistributing them amongst the men. While sifting through the officer's documents, we learned a unit of skulls under Ferdola's command passed through the Castrum en route to the capital, with a single prisoner in their custody. Trial. You'll be glad to hear the tunnel leading to the lock has been secured and is now safe for travel. One final bit of good news. Reinforcements from all 4 Alliance nations have arrived and joined the main host, which established a base of operation in the lock. Sorry to keep you waiting. Wow, that was a short strategy meeting. An Alamegan folk dress. How very fitting. And well-fitting, I might add. I wanted to do something for Ida and for myself. I keep wanting to see the blade on her hand, because I can't see if it... Is it there? I can't actually see it there. Like, I'm wondering if she's got, like, the Assassin's Creed thing, you know? Oh, nice, Death Eagle. And, yeah, no, that tracks. Alright, punch him really hard. Together.
I remember my father's words. How they rang in my ears as we left Castra Mabania behind and looked out over the locks before us.
Agreed, Rax.
Comrades brave and true. They had come from all across Eorzea to stand with us. To stand against oppression and tyranny. 20 years the Empire had ruled us, but no longer. Liberty or death. Liberty or death.
So, I mentioned the second bit of visual storytelling just a bit ago. That freaking castle is the other bit. I'll show it up close in a minute.
Ere we begin, I would say to you as a proud son of Alamigo that I am grateful to each and every one of you for your part in this endeavor. Now, to the heart of the matter. The enemy appears content to remain within the city walls and await the inevitable siege. Open conflict has been sporadic thus far. Whether Xenos is biding his time until reinforcements arrive, or attempting to bait us into a trap, none can say. We know better than to trust his word.
I mean, of course he did, Takoida.
Regardless, we can ill afford to present Garlemald with a chance to ready her legions. It would be in our best interest to press for a swift resolution.
Aw, that's a shame, Rax.
A long siege wouldn't be good for the people in the city either. If food becomes scarce, you know who'll starve first.
Just so. Therefore, I propose we commit our forces to an all-out assault. What say you?
I mean, I happen to like this dungeon, so I'm down.
Twould seem we are of one mind. Then let us proceed to the how of it. The immortal flames will form the vanguard, supported by the archers and the conjurers of the Order of the Twin Adder, under the Elder Seedseer's command. Once the main host has cleared a path to the walls, we will bring forward the artillery of the Maelstrom and the Temple Knights. I would have your cannons pound the gates and punch a hole right through the middle of their defenses.
What about the resistance?
Your part will be to occupy the residential district and keep civilians out of harm's way. The people are more like to trust their own.
No, thankfully there's no faction nonsense in this game, Death Eagle.
Of course. You can count on us.
Remember that there is a second entrance to the city proper there. If all goes to plan, we will have secured 2 points of entry. Once both objectives are complete, we press on into the city, surround the palace, and hunt down Xenos. As for the Scions, you will be held in reserve as an irregular unit until we have more intelligence on your captured comrade. Kryle's rescue will be your primary concern, but I dare say we'll find a use for you once her freedom has been secured.
Thank you, General. I pray we find her quickly.
Rhalga's beacon nears its end. Soon, my friends, Alamico will be ours once more.
I'll say I know there's at least one solo duty coming up because I remember failing it more than once. Which, granted, was my fault, but still just another little paper cut. Ooh, lots of people here. Yep, clear skies. And there's the moon. Yay! But yeah, so hang on. Well, okay, I'll do it properly. Let's do it in the right order. Yeah, you should have time. We've got, if I was to actually count, we have 4 quests until there, but at least, like I said, there's multiple solo duties coming up, including the one. Stormblood fast approaches. Hell's open and heavens weep. The battle for Castro Mabani was brutal, but the one for Alamigo will be unlike anything you've ever known. Well, yeah. The end is in sight. It's been a long time in coming. Zed Slayer is pretending to be Xenos. I mean, yeah, to quite plays a bit too dusty for my taste. I be forest. Sure, Omega Legion. Cotter built those walls to give shelter to his brothers and sisters, and now our people's freedom rests on tearing them down. Most of the Alamegans in the residential district are on, so I don't have to deal with many Imperial sympathizers. The smell of salt water in the air here reminds me of home. I find it quite comforting. Stage is set. The players are assembled. What would Grandfather say if he saw us today? For all other accomplishments, Kryle remains in the hands of her enemy, and I find myself wondering if I could have done more. Although we now know she was taken to the city, we have nothing which might tell us where she's being held. You know, you could just ask me. Thancred! What have you learned? I shall spare you the particulars of my infiltration and simply state I have seen her with my own 2 eyes. One eye. She's being held within the residential district south of the city proper. I tracked her to the ruins of an old temple of the Fist of Rhalgar, in which the Imperials have constructed a research facility. What manner of research? Why, methods to imbue Garleans with the power to manipulate ether. In pursuit of which goal, their scientists have, I'm sorry to report, performed many questionable experiments on living subjects. What? Calm down. We've already tasked with securing the Alamegan quarter. This just gives reason to do it faster. I entered and exited the facility by stowing aboard Imperial transports, but that method is not suitable for a larger force. And it goes without saying a direct assault on a rather substantial main gates would be ill-advised. I think I might know someone who could help. One of my best men, he knew how to get into the city. Actually, but yeah, I'll let him explain himself. Come here, explain. Yeah, it's been a while. I'll not take offense if you don't remember. Might even be glad of it. Alagana, am I right? Hi, Whisker's the name. I was raised in the Peaks, but my mom grew up in the city. Any road, I reckon we could get inside the court by way of Lochseld. What? How? It was a story my mom told us, which made me think of it. She always was going on about what life was like when she was a girl, see? How they used to have to boil the water from the well before they could drink it since it was so full of salt. Yeah, they were all drawing salt water from the lochs, which means there's an underground tunnel. Aye, but it won't be as simple as going for a swim. The well's closed up, see? Apparently Theodoric decided one day he wanted to control the water supply and forbade water trading. Oh my god. In a land where water is rare, and the land in general is not prosperous, he decided to forbid trading water. As we've mentioned before, Jackass Theodoric was, the Mad King, was much worse than Xenos, which is really saying something. Anyways, we need the key. We got this. I'm a monk now. Yeah, Mad King Theodoric. God damn. So, solo duty number 1. Yeah, the only reliable source of water is salt water. But you can't trade water. Jackass. God. Rule 0 violator. Let's just call that what it is. Hey, Mr. Red. We are racing towards the thing. I'm looking at Omega Legion's thing, so I can prep for it. Ah! So, all I'll say right now, Omega Legion, is I actually completely agree with you on that. I almost enjoy that scene, and yeah, that's why. Raban's character arc is starting off awesome and becoming amazing. I wish I had a closer on a samurai. It's the only thing I don't like about samurai. Yes, I know I have the use sword power thing to close. You know what I have on a monk? A frickin' cooldown. Bwong! Damn, hi. Let's see. Questions. Hardest final boss in Final Fantasy is XIV. Or rather, Neo XIV. No question. Like, I don't think anything else even comes close to that. Omega Legion asks, is this playthrough of Stormblood better than the last one? Honestly, yes. Thank God. There's just... It's a trap! Yeah, the thing is, Cloud of Darkness is cheating. Literal cheating. She's one of the worst designed final bosses in the entire franchise, and that's including Chaos in the NES version, which is just a trash mob with better stats. So, I can't in fairness call the Cloud of Darkness difficult, because she's bullcrap.
Ready?
Yes, I must kill Chaos. Light Emperor? I never had issues with him by memory. I had issues before I even got to him, but by the time I was able to actually hang in, hell, or heaven, or whatever, I had no real issues with the Light Emperor. And the Dark Emperor is a joke, honestly, even if you don't do the Blood Sword thing. Now, that being said, I did used to have issues with Zeromus, so you can make fun of me on that one if you want to. of the NES bosses, so Chaos is a trash mob, and Cloud of Darkness literally cheats. So yeah, by definition, I would say Emperor, just plain Emperor, is the best final boss back in, in the NES era. Oh god, they do so much bullcrap, Paranoid Android. So let's start by saying that if you don't do the 4 optional bosses leading up to the super optional boss, or sorry, to the final boss, then she just is so much worse in just raw stats. And she likes to just kind of chain cast, nuke you in the face. I forget what it's called. Which is stupid because all her abilities are named after it nowadays, but she does. She just chain casts AoE nuke. AoE nuke. AoE nuke. Where am I going? What is an obsidian carbuncle and why don't I have it? There's actually a real spell in D&D, I'm not making this up, called Screw That Guy in Particular. Actually, I think it doesn't say screw, but it's still there. That's... Hey, I drank from my hand. Thank you. I rather enjoyed that game, bizarrely. Aside from, about a third of it. The other 2/3 were legit. Right, questions. Let's see here. Hang on, let's see. Let's just... So Tim hasn't been here, so I can't answer any of those ones. Which FF character has had the biggest net positive impact on the respective world and universe, including in FF14? That's a tough one. And yeah, Chaos Sphere is just whatever you're looking at dies. Yeah, ironically, I was gonna say Tidus, which is weird, but it's true. Think about the state of Spira before and after, Like, that's... wow. Most of the FF worlds aren't literal dystopias and or post-apocalypses, so that kind of narrows the band a little bit. Like, I hate to say... Yeah, I think I'm just going to commit to that. I'm just going to say Tidus. There's one other possibility. This character. But I'm not even sure if that's true yet, because I haven't finished Shadow and I haven't played End. So, we'll see if that ends up being true in the end. No pun intended. Yeah, let's see. Next question. Top 3 Cids in Final Fantasy. So, 12 is obvious. Yeah, I think I'm going to put 4 up there as well. After that, I'm actually a little bit torn. Most of the other Cids are about equal-ish, or not worth considering. One of the two. Like, okay, 9, cool Cid, but some issues, which honestly shouldn't have even been in the game. 6, cool, but doesn't get the screen time to really flesh him out the way he needs it. And then 14, cool, but almost entirely relegated to optional stuff. And yeah, we're not even talking about 7, who can go to hell. 7's probably one of the only Cids I actively dislike. Even 1's Cid, which is actually technically Dissidia's Cid, spoilers, is better than 7's Cid. I think I'll go and default to 9. So that'll be 12, 9, and 4 for my 3 favorite Cids. Let's see here. Need to clean up the QA queue really quick here. Let's do this. Let's just start doing this. Hang on. We have a lot of these. Is this playthrough better than the last? Yep. How strong is Xenos in lore? Really strong. He is a super Star Destroyer, to continue the parallels I keep doing. I don't really have a problem saying that he is stronger than we were at the end of Heavensward, without the eyes. Without the eye, I should say. Can I fight you now, please? Me too, Cashel. I say without hyperbole that the 7 Remakes version of the characters are my favorite takes on those characters. So, we'll see what they do with regards to Sid. And Yuffie. And, you know, Vincent. And you get it. So the way this works, I drink from ham, is first, I say you're awesome. Quit it. Stop being so awesome. Second of all, thank you. Third of all, since you are still the one donating, you are still the one who decides where that goes to. So if you would like to put that towards something, done. If you want to let them put it towards something, done. It is still your choice. So if you want to put those towards Mark of the Ninja, done. That's going to be this much. There we go. I have 4 stacks of it. Oh, wow, I was just standing and stuff, wasn't I? Let's see. I already answered that question. I already answered that question. I already answered that question. Excuse me. Do I prefer songs with or without lyrics? I think I answered that, but just in case I didn't, I prefer without lyrics in general. This is it. This is the monastery. They have to be around here somewhere. What? It's me, Whisker. Your grandson. Whisker by Rhalgr. Is that really you? Yeah. Don't mind me, back here. Answer that question. Good. Good to see you alive and well. But who are the other ones? Resistance, Granddad. My, comrades at arms. See you around. See you in the past. I drink from the hat. She told me about thumbing my nose at the Mad King, did she? Daft sods never caught me either. Wasn't much, but it was my way of rebelling against his rule. Glad to see you've got higher aspirations. Here, make my family proud. Oh, by the way, that solo duty we just did is not the one I failed at multiple times. It's the next one. Hi, Michael Vania. I was worried when he wasn't at the Saltery, but we found him in the end. Now that we got the key, it's time to find that underwater total. And yes, I do distinguish between lyrics and vocals. The voice is an instrument just like any other, but when you add words to it, you add another dimension to it. Good or bad. Thancred can apparently hold his breath for 10 minutes. Alphino can't swim! I'm aware of that, thank you, but that's neither here nor there, given that I lack both Kojin's blessing and Thancred's preternatural lung capacity. Right, I didn't mean anything by it. Nothing at all. Lore, Thancred, and Lise. Because she has the blessing, we have the blessing, and Thancred can hold his breath for a long freaking time. Is there a third one, Rax? Because the one I'm thinking of is a battle right up here on the other side of the staircase. Leading up to the palace. Let's see. Yeah, I wasn't going to go with the joke, but yeah. The same way a blitzballer can, Mr. Red. Years of training. As nice as any. Ready to have a bunch of salt in your hair? Hey, Rayonjay. What are you doing here? Master Alphino informed me of your plan, and thus did I hasten to your side. When Mistress Alize unfolded to me the tale of her defeat, I was much intrigued by the apparent ease with which Fordola, the theretofore unexceptional warrior, defied my lady's every attempt to do her harm. After some days of deliberation, I subsequently contrived what I believed was a solution to the problem of her preternatural prescience. It was in hopes of furnishing you with the fruits of my labor that I came. Isn't that Moonbreeda's... Her etheric siphon formed the basis for my design. Should my hypothesis prove correct, you need but activate it in her presence. To say more would endanger the plan, for ignorance is your shield. Okay. It was Moonbreeda's time. It is not yours. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal and return. We will. Right, I'm going in. Follow me. So Tim asks, you are forced to use a VTuber avatar that isn't just me stylized to stream and make videos from now on. Which avatar do I use? Either the Lich King, or the one based on my Pokemon Shield character. I do not think I would use more than one. Right, underwater. And I would not change costumes effectively ever. So, had Gaius won, would he have put up with Xenos? I don't think he would really have a choice. Gaius, you know, obviously doesn't like or want Xenos, but Xenos is Xenos. So, not sure how much of a choice he gets on that matter. Yeah, salt water. You ever swim in the ocean? Because I have. And this is probably a lot more dense than that. Yeah, fair enough, Dakota. I know Xenos is high tier, but, yeah. Can't see where I'm going, really. Is this up? This isn't up. Well, Gaius was also a rogue, which kind of plays into the equation as well. Mind me. That tunnel was much longer than anticipated. I'd rather not make the trip again if it's all the same to you. Oh, it was fun. Yes, tremendous fun. Who needs a Beastman's blessing anyway? Still can't believe you hold your breath the entire time. I feel like we've been down there for hours. Anyway, let's let our friends in. Forgive me for stating the obvious, but it bears repeating them until we open the gates. We three are on our own. We should probably avoid the guards. Obviously. Let's see here. And here's another solo instance. Yeah, no, that tracks. Ooh. Yeah, I've never been in the Great Salt Lake, but I've actually been on the edge thereof, and it's been, gross. Interesting. Anyways, let's see. Questions. What would my ultimate cheat day look like? What's a cheat day? Retcon that most people don't know is a retcon. Honestly, half of Star Trek qualifies. Correct, Giga Pudding. Oh, God, I don't know. I don't like most unhealthy foods unless they're desserts. So I suppose I'd do desserts, but I can only have so much sugar in general. So, I would have sushi, and then cheesecake. The end. Alright. I don't know. Thank you, Omega Legion. I will take that as a compliment. I mean, donuts are desserts, so And I do prefer pastries over most traditional candy. Yeah, I was gonna say, Rex, it's like, what the hell's a cheat day? Anyways. So that's the other questions here. Best use of resurrection in a story. I don't think I can answer that without spoiling whatever story in question, but I gotta admit, I can't think of many good resurrection stories in general. It feels like cheating, Disco, but sure, I'll say Planescape Torment, even though it's totally a cheating answer. Because I just can't think of anything else. Listen, cheesecake and cake are very different things. I feel the need to defend the honor of cheesecake here. Because I don't actually like cake. I never have. I need to buy cheesecake the next time I'm at the grocery store. Ah! Has a game ever started as a net positive? Oh, I already actually answered that one. Do I consider the fact that no one can revive a hero when they die a flaw? No, as long as the encounters are designed around it. Which they obviously are. I have had baklava. It's quite good. Hello? I reckon you'd love it come, but I didn't think you'd have the nerve to break the bloody doors down. Make no difference to me, though. Time to die. Hang on, Death Eagle. Hang on. Cutscene. You always ask questions in the middle of cutscenes. Key lime pie? Oh, that sounds good. Especially key lime cheesecake. Favorite single boss in all of FF. So I'm going to eject FF14 from that, because FF14 has the best boss fights in the franchise. That's just straight up.
I can read your every move!
There's no arguing that. I would if you let me, game. Jesus. Listen, quantum physics is easy to explain. Yeah, I was gonna say 5.
How could I lose?
There's a lot of really good boss designs in 5, so picking an individual boss fight in 5 as my favorite is hard to do. I'm tempted by the Atomos fight, I'm tempted by the Twintania fight, but ultimately I think I'll actually have to give it to Neo X-Death. So Neo X-Death is probably my answer to you, Death Eagle, if we eject 14 from the list. There are some good boss fights in 7, and there's some good boss fights in 4DS.
I'll cut you to pieces!
But I still think 5 actually beats, you know, all of that out. Wow, I just tried to double tap dodge. Yeah, 4DS it's one of the reasons I hold 4DS on a, you know, as a good game is because the boss designs were actually boss designs, and they're fun and interesting. But I do have to say DS, because the regular 4 boss fights aren't. With, like, 3 exceptions.
Let's finish this!
If I had to pick a favorite boss fight in 14, well, this review run is a perfect time to pick one. There's a few that come to mind immediately. Eden. But, by memory? I don't know. Yes, 4DS has several aspects of its gameplay which are substantially different. Again, especially the bosses. So, it is for all intents and purposes a different game and would be considered and reviewed as such. I mean, if we have 8 people on, so for those of you who haven't heard this, the way that we tend to do this is optional content that requires more people has higher priority. So if we have 8 people on, we're going to jump right into Omega.
No. Not after everything. I cannot lose.
Oh, but you will! Without your tricks, you're nothing! Conrad, Mefrid, your own comrades! I should kill you here and now for what you did!
So do it.
But there's no place for that kind of justice here. Not in my Alamigo.
Oh, how very bloody noble of you. Why, you'll pardon me my sins, will you? After you and your freedom fighters come and tear down everything we've worked so hard to build? We were fighting for our people's freedom.
You're slaves to a tyrant! There's no freedom in that!
Now, my friend!
Yeah, she didn't need that jaw anyways. Hey, Cryle. FF7 reference.
Croyle!
Oh no, she's a good actress. It's just that's not the issue.
I knew you'd come.
Touching as this moment is, it will have to wait. We should rejoin the main force at once. Lise!
I'm taking her back with us, alive. She's going to answer for what she's done.
Okay, do you have any rope on you?
Listen to you. Talking like you've already won. Xenos is gonna tear you apart. He commands a power echoing that of the Icons.
You realize I've been killing icons for breakfast since I was 30.
What are you talking about?
The hunt, you stupid cow. I'm talking about the hunt! He said you'd come, and here you are, his willing prey. You and your friends are dead, just like mine. And all our misery, all our sacrifice, it was all for naught!
No! You're gonna live long enough to see us win our freedom. I promise you that.
Now, what's funny is that probably sounds noble, but actually it's really cruel. I'm going to show you that you were on the wrong side the entire time, and we're going to win despite you.
May I live 1,000 years.
Yeah, exactly, Jorian.
Interrogations can wait. Let us be off.
Yeah, seriously, we are on a bit of a time crunch here. In more way than one. Let's friggity go. Saved once more about Urianje's ingenuity. I look forward to learning why it was so imperative we remained ignorant of the device's precise function. They used medicines to keep me in torpor for much of the time. I fear I'm still recovering from their effects, but I'll be fine. You'd better be! Or else I'll send you to Eureka! What a relief to have finally found her. Though our greatest challenge yet lies ahead of us, on the eve of this final battle, I find myself overcome with joy. But we couldn't have saved her without everyone's help. Thancred, Lys, Urianger, and of course, you. But yes, there's still much and more to be done. I'd be interested to learn the meaning of Pordola's ominous words, for one. And I think it is here we shall pause. This is literally just 2 quests prior to the dungeon. So we'll have a bit of a wrap-up, then we'll hit the dungeon, and then we'll hit the raid. So I'll be back in about an hour.